spectators. Let's put away the ruler. Chat. I tried to sneak in one more Advance Wars by web turn before starting, but I wasn't quite able to finish. Hi, hi. Second, nice. Oh, you'll find this funny, JJ Empire. I did actually, I technically have a Patreon, and I made a tier for White Nova spies. The first person who joined, I haven't announced it at all or anything, but the only person that's joined it so far that I was like, how is this screen looking? They signed up to be the White Nova spy. So I currently have a single Patreon person, and it's not even a penguin. Very funny. Anyway, gotta do the replays here. I put my drink in a place. Lock my screen. This is the first one. Penguin Squadron report in. This was sent in by... That was sent in by Sarmentine. You have the comment? Olaf versus Andy, I know. I mean, if you're going to play Tier 3 into Tier 2, this is, I think, the matchup you're looking for. It's almost like Andy versus Drake, except the weather hurts a lot more. Because Andy likes his air. They both like their air for different reasons. I've also started making the videos introducing the birds. Hey Talos, I tried to get the turn done before the stream started, but I was like, there's too much there's too many different lines. So Olaf better finish off the units he hits on his super turn. That's true. Burp. See, I have a YouTube short out. Apparently you can't upload YouTube shorts from the computer. It has to be done through the phone or something, which makes my life very difficult. I'll see what I can do. Should be 2 more coming out. One for the chickens and one for the others. Hello. Everyone's doing well. Yeah, there's chickens here too. 2 chickens. Used to breed chickens here, but now we're just down to 2 chickens. Content 725. Content, did you catch my chess stream? I won my first and only ranked game. No, that's okay. It wasn't announced or anything. I was just like, I should try this. Back in my day, there was no stream. But Degis and Advanced Warrior were talking about playing chess. So I was like, I'll test it out. So I did a short stream last night, just impromptu. You've been watching since the beginning, dang. Is there an Advanced Wars by Web group on Lead Chess? That'd be cool. But I was very proud of my first game. I think I had some good plays. I think I also technically blundered my queen, but neither myself nor my opponent saw it, so it's fine. Not active, but you remember DJ. Oh, Talos, do you play chess too? Apparently I do the French opening. That's what Red Halo said. I don't know any of the openings. But that's okay. Back in your day, Go7 didn't have a channel. That's true. It took me forever to start my YouTube channel. Because Degis and I were talking about it like at the same time. So like when Degis started his channel. As you'll see in like his first video, I'm one of the people playing out the transport turns. Bird Pet sings Cobalt Ice theme for 10,000 subs. I don't know if I could get... Maybe. You're 1700/1800 in Lead Chess? That sounds amazing to me. I still don't understand the ranking system. It started me out on 1500. French opening sounds fancy, I know. I was like, I didn't know I was doing that. Just play it every day. That's true. His favorite song is A Car Alarm, which isn't the best song. No, they sing. They sing their little songs. Black Crystal, smash it. Okay. It says I only have 9 viewers, but I see more than 9 people in the chat, I think. So unless people are just like showing up saying something. Oh, we jumped up to 13. Okay, I can see. I feel like this map has changed from what you remember. It looks the same to me. It's one of those classic maps that a lot of people like. I think it stalls, but a lot of people like it. It certainly has some flexibility in openers. It's dead. Well, maybe I can start it up again. A chance to beat me up in the game. I mean, I think I held my own against Red Halo decently, considering in my eyes he's basically a top player. And I don't even know what an opening is. Yeah, I think this map stalls. You don't think this map stalls, content? It like super splits down the middle. Just abuse pivots. You're quite bad at chess? I thought you were doing great against me. Okay, I'll start this up. We've got Andy against Olaf, which is a pretty interesting matchup. Okay, I was a little worried that was just going to finish the capture, which I think would be pretty bad on this map because accelerating your income for like a faster tank's not going to matter at these rush distances. It can be a bit stally, yeah. No, it super stalls. You can do front switching over here to try and get your opponent to like over-invest. But if they don't over-invest in the defense, then it just kind of splits down the middle. Okay, we'll see what the openings are. There's some nice APC openings on this map. You can even do double APC openings, which are pretty cool. There's a lot of like timings with the back. Usually it's with the back capture. You like finish this capture and then you build an APC, and then you pick that guy up and send him or over here across the mountains. The first time you got this matchup. Yeah. Well, Olaf is definitely tier 2. I would argue that Andy is probably the best CO at playing at higher tier levels, just because his normal power is that good. Now, this is I've yet to see this opening. It's like a delayed APC that required a base skip. I'm not a huge fan of that. It's true. You should read the Bible. Look at, yeah. Voice of Akasha has a really good and long even by my standards, replay analysis of a game on this map. That was the Deadly Shadow versus Eagle, with Sasha versus Eagle, that stalled out so hard that Eagle was able to get his entire super in a single turn attacking. Yeah, Voice of Akasha, first tank weak side by Orange, he's losing. Yeah, and there was like a mech built, and Voice of Akasha complains about that mech like 8 times or something. It's a recurring theme. But that's okay. This map is made by Voice of Akasha, so if there's anyone who's going to know how to play it, it should be him. Center is king. Yeah. Because of what Content was saying with the pivots, it's very good. It wasn't a great mech. I don't remember if the mech ever did anything. I'll have to read the Bible again. Okay. So this is good. I really like this. Running in here, getting this nice interrupt. Tank is too slow. Protect it, and then this guy's going to be able to come over and actually cover his fellow tank. See? Now, the one thing that's going really nicely for Andy on this map is that there are some very valuable roads, which are going to be a lifesaver in the middle. Actually, the road shoal properties in the middle here are going to help a lot when dealing with the snow. Did you forget to continue capture? Where? I thought everything was working out. Yeah, okay. Everything's capturing. Because I went backwards in time, some of these symbols are just kind of there. No, it looks like everything's good. Why tank chain on the weak side? That would be definitely a bad move. That's going to be a response, like what'd you call it? An overinvestment. There we go, on the weak side to try and defend it, because the weak side is going to have a very, very difficult time ever being offensive. So usually you have to wait for your opponent to really like pressure these areas before you start building stuff. Otherwise, you can just lose against the double base, or they can front switch over here and do a 3 base versus 2 base. Well, your stuff is cooped up and blocked by the mountains. So I don't like this opening. On the weak side, it does have a nice interrupt, which is something. And then another tank over here. So very infantry heavy with artillery, a single tank this side. You can see the weak side for Sarmentine's looking good. Just getting as many infantries as possible right now. And this is a nice little attack, making sure that this tank can't hit this tank from a city. APC's blocking. And this infantry got placed over here, which I think is fine. It can get hit by this tank, but then the tank's already covering, so that should be okay. My voice sounds a little hoarse. That's possible. I do talk a lot as of late. Hopefully I'm not coming down with something. That'd be nice. What's the best approach to take the contested properties in the middle? Usually you just use tanks, because it's fairly open, so artillery can be pretty tricky. But yeah, usually you just build tanks from your 2-base side, and your opponent's going to have a very difficult time contesting these guys. If you want to try and stop this stuff, you can go with some early recon shenanigans. But usually what happens... Ooh, that was interesting. This is almost like a fog maneuver. So here I would retreat with this infantry, because there's no... You're not gaining anything by keeping this tank on the city. This guy's not covering and this guy's not covering. So I would just retreat him to the coverage of the other tanks. If this was a fog game, then this is the kind of thing you could do, because you'd be threatening that you have a response to kill this tank off the next turn. But since this is standard, that's not a real option. And we have an airport pretty quick from Olaf here, which should be good. The tank did decide to go in here, which I guess as Andy isn't so bad. These infantry are just very menacingly staring at these properties. So this is going to be a tank versus tank, and you can see here, if Andy was closer to the super, then this would be basically a winning trade for Andy. But because the super's still a little ways off, this kind of attack, while it's not awful for Andy, it's going to have a lasting effect for at least like 4 turns or so. And might have to actually just be repaired manually rather than healed right up. Okay. So this tank is guarding this tank because it can hit any tile that can hit this tank from. Not that there's any way of really clearing these infantry anyway. Artillery are often used on this map to lock this property in particular from across the mountains, which isn't happening for Sarmentine here, but it's possible that Almasy is going to be able to set something up. I think we're just going to go over here and try and secure this property. Sure. Oh. Very aggressive play down here. So the infantry kill right on this city was pretty much free. This one isn't so free. It's getting really close to the bases. So I would expect these tanks to start getting beat up pretty soon. Anti-air in response to the copter that's built. Makes sense. And this is going to be a really annoying to deal with, because the copter, of course, shuts down tank attacks onto the weak side. But it, unlike all of these other vehicles, can actually cross over the mountains and front switch, which can cause the anti-airs to go like frantically trying to counter them. The 3 tanks aren't... Are these ones? Yeah. Oh. Got a fancy little play over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm not sure why this APC is here, unless it's trying to secure an escape route for this tank. Because this tank can always hit from this city. So it might be the APC is going here so that the infantry can't just surround the tank. And yeah, I like this attack down here. You got to bring... I would be way more forceful with this tank because there's so much tank coverage for you. And Andy really doesn't want to lose tanks. I would just move this guy like way up here. Maybe here. Ideally, you wouldn't get hit by this tank, but it doesn't super matter because you'd have 4 tanks. Just outnumber them. This is really far back. Okay, here comes the anti-air. Try to deal with this copter. We'll see how... Andy could definitely make this attack. It does. And now that's actually looking pretty nice because Andy's getting almost to the normal power, so Super should be on its way if the fighting keeps up like this, and this will just repair up to 5. Oh. I don't like this exchange from Andy. I would just retreat with the 4 health tank. Because that's secretly a 9 health tank, you know? Where it's just killing a 2 health tank that is actually just a 2 health tank. And it's secretly a 9 health tank because Andy's super heals it by 5 with no charge of cash. So yeah, that goes down. This goes down. So this is looking like Andy really shouldn't have stuck around with those tanks. It's a very nice kill for Sarmentine over there. On this side, we're going to break through. This anti-air is covering everything, so unless there's some fancy block that... oh, it's not covering that infantry, okay. Unless there's like a fancy block that you can do where you attack in and then put something in front so the anti-air can't hit the copter. Should be okay. We have a medium tank on the way. Usually if you see your opponent build the medium tank on the weak hand side, that's kind of your opportunity to pivot or do a front switch and hit the middle, because there's going to be weaker reinforcements on this side because of course the medium tank has a spot there. Andy hasn't even managed to get the income advantage by denying the bottom properties. No, because the investment over here was meant less investment in the middle. Yeah. No, you really don't usually want to build multiple tanks from your one base side right away. They're gonna get beat up in the fight. Yeah. Exactly, Shadow, because of the center control he gave up to do it. Not getting the tank struck in the middle with the infantry. The ABC block. Okay, we have some artillery coming out. Andy's getting very close to the super. So that means that Andy can be a little reckless with the units and feel okay. I think we're charging in a little bit. Very threatening on these properties. There's this tank over here. If I was Andy, I wouldn't do that because that's in range of this copter, assuming the infantry gets cleared out, and Olaf doesn't even have to kill this anti-air, can always just stand in its way. And while this shows a 5 health tank, as soon as the Andy super hits, it's a 10 health tank. So. Ooh, okay. Well, I don't like that. I don't know if there wasn't a way to clear this infantry. Probably not. But you could even hit from here and try and block off. Maybe the block off just doesn't work out. I'd have to move planner it. I mean, this is still fine. It's not like it's bad. It might be a little sketchy. I think if Andy uses the super, then tank kills tank, infantry probably kills infantry. Well, it definitely does it with, you could do double infantry. Actually, yeah, here we go. Double infantry kills this infantry, or maybe just one. Anti-air comes in, kills this copter, and then we still have 2 tanks to attack with, and this guy. So you'd probably zoom up, hit this, that, hit the artillery. That looks pretty nasty. I don't know if Andy could actually get the super. Depends on what happens down here. Okay. Copter can't reach the anti-air, so there's no easy charge there. Just attacking in. Looks like this capture is probably going to go through. And without the power, that doesn't clear. Does attack in with this tank. Looks like we're just going to do it this way. Still kills the anti-air, but now the artillery gets to claim a victim. Totally fine. Killing off the copter is nice. The anti-air is probably going to die for this. There is 1 artillery to shoot at the medium tank in response. So it's more of a trade rather than just like a straight up loss. Very weird for this tank to attack here. I do not like this at all. It's just going to die right before the Andy super too. I'm okay with the bomber. Preferably you don't have to base skip for it. But it is a little, I'll say it's definitely risky against Olaf because normally bombers can kind of zone a single anti-air because bombers have more move. But if Olaf makes it snow, then suddenly that switches and anti-airs can actually just hunt down and kill a bomber even without a buddy, which is very dangerous. Okay, losing this tank, not great. Setting up a nice threat on these other properties. Nice way to get charge here. We have the Winter Fury. So this is going to come down to how many units can Sarmentine kill because of this Winter Fury. Oh, doesn't go for the anti-air. Interesting. Goes for the artillery instead. And it's also kind of nice because now the medium tank is cutting off the road retreat that units would use to escape. Okay, so not very many units got killed there. So I'm not super happy, but we'll with that Olaf super, we'll see how many units can get picked off next turn because of the snow. The caps don't get stopped though, yeah, because Andy heals and then captures. Tanks come in, attacks. I know Andy's very sneaky. Andy almost has Sammy threats with those captures. Congratulations on your first tourney game. Okay, so it looks like these units couldn't get away. So they're going to go down. Snow doing its job. Very nice. For Almasy here, I would say 100% you have to build a new anti-air, because this is dead. I'm surprised it didn't just die, but the power kept it alive for a bit there. Because now, like, how do you deal with this copter? I guess you have to use your own copters over here, but they already have a job. I like the backup anti-air. That's very good. Probably a little cautious here, but I can understand why. Yeah, build another copter. Ooh, I had to base skip. I'd prefer to not base skip, especially on the one base side, where you have you're gonna want these guys. It's also a very flexible side because they can go here, or they can also just walk across the mountain straight into the middle. So I can understand this double tank though. If you're feeling a lot of pressure. Well, no, there's only 2 tanks really, so I think you're fine to just build a single tank and double infantry and float some cash, or with the battlecopter, float some cash for next turn. Fighters are both really good for Olaf and Andy, so especially if I see a bomber, I would definitely float money for a fighter. Because kind of like how the anti-air can track down a bomber, a fighter can super track down a bomber in the snow, as well as cut off those anti-air defenses by slowing them down by so much. So I like Almasy targeting down some of these infantry. You can see if you trade off, and you have like a surplus of infantry, if you can trade them off on the one base side, then you can kind of get into a situation where it's even fine if you lose the fight, because there's no infantry left to actually capture anything. So Lonnie, you want to go into the settings, and I think it's the last slider bar. It's like multi-turn planner. You're going to set that down to 1. Because what that giant movement range you're seeing is you can click off into the future and be like, I want that unit to move there. And then if you end your turn without touching the unit, it'll just start moving there every turn. I am also not a fan of it, though. I'll be making a video covering that stuff soon. For Andy, you'd probably get more anti-air and a Neo or a medium tank. Yeah, definitely more anti-air. A Neo tank would make sense too. Since he is up against a medium tank. Oh, this is very bad for Andy. Really don't want to lose these units. Very nice attack over here. The medium tank is very happy. It's been doing a great job. Copters are having some problems. They are getting a nice front switch here, but Sarmentine is kind of just doing fine army-wise, so being forced to build these anti-airs isn't really hurting Sarmentine, but you can see the pressure that the air brings, where it forces anti-air down here, and then it forces anti-air in the middle, and then it forces anti-air up here. That poor mech. It can get hit. Got the triple anti-air, which is a lot of anti-air, but I guess really against this composition. Down here that Almasy has, single tank, this is definitely the way to go. You got this, mech. Oh. The bomber's just out of range of the anti-airs. But this is the kind of situation where Sarmentine doesn't even have to use Winter Fury. You could just use a Blizzard, and then you kill the bomber next turn. Which is fun Olaf strategies. Because when you use Blizzard, a bomber only moves 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's the Blizzard. You can see the lovely movement range here. Here comes the anti-airs. They have to make sure they're covering each other. An anti-air won't kill a bomber in one shot, but will super hurt it. You don't have to get quite that close, or you could like stand on the property and you should be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. I guess it wouldn't be as good against Andy, because if Andy uses the super, the bomber will get to move 4. Which will still want to skip. But yeah, I guess to hit this anti-air. Yeah, this is kind of what Olaf does against COs that can heal, is you can start just abusing the snow factor of your powers. And oftentimes, like in my game against Profeta in High Funds Fog, Olaf versus Hawk, I would let my charge bar go all the way to Winter Fury and then just do multiple blizzards in a row. Because like Adder, if you have a full charge bar, you have enough for 2 normal powers. Which means really you can get 3 normal powers, because you go your full charge, you use Blizzard, then the next turn you're like here-ish, you do some fighting to build it up, and then you use it, and then on the 3rd turn you're like down here, you do some fighting to build it up, you get your 3rd turn of snow. Which, snow is very strong, and can just win the game all on its own. Because of how much it slows down your opponent's units, and makes it so they can't like run away with their bombers, and they can't reinforce with their other stuff. The bomber is trapped. See, this is why anti-bombers are really nice. See, it doesn't die from the single anti-air strike, so it does get to heal up to 6 and hit something. I don't think bombers ever die from a single hit, although it did have some chip damage from a 1 HP anti-air. So there might have been a roll to actually kill it. Yeah, it had some chip. So there was definitely a chance of it dying. I don't know if I'd call it unlucky. Hyper upgrade heals up to 6. I don't think it can be freed though. This doesn't reach. This guy doesn't reach. There's probably a bit of an overextension over here. I was too busy looking at the bomber, but that medium tank is very far forward. Okay, this is looking very good for Olaf. So Andy's super is going to be down after this, and Olaf is getting a lot of charge from this turn. Getting a lot of charge because a lot of stuff's dying, which isn't great. But this does mean that Winter Fury is going to stick, and it's going to happen next turn. Yeah, it's exactly in Kickard. It's generally a good idea to build fighters against Andy, unless you're max. Did I see? I've watched about half of the DJ's video on my most recent game against Srthgv. I'm on my way, watching it. Get the rocket in place. Definitely Winter Fury here, since Andy just used the super, so it's going to be quite a while before these guys can be. You have to get a train in 5 hours. You should definitely get some sleep. Okay. So this is going to be a nice turn for Olaf. Well, this capture looks basically unstoppable. I don't know. I don't think this could possibly get a roll at 1 HP. And it's definitely better to save it. Down here it does look a little fishy. But now that the global damage is sticking, this actually gets interrupted, and these are also slowed down. You can see the snow in effect. It doesn't really matter here too much, but this copter isn't going to be able to cover its buddies. Whoa, very aggressive. Let's move the copter up for that strike. Attack, start taking these cities. That actually just equalized the income. So, because of this city here. So Andy's making a very good comeback. But Olaf is looking to be pretty much back in control. We'll see if these cities completely fall. If Sarmentine is able to save these, then that will probably be the nail in the coffin. Letting your rocket get hit though, that is a little fishy. It's definitely an expensive repair. The tank should die for it though, so it's not the end. 42 with a pleasant battle slot. Off the mech, okay. You have to be very careful for Andy here. There's only 3 infantry on this entire front, so losing them is going to be very painful. Because then you're not going to, like, half of your builds will have to be in infantry when your opponent's, like, cranking out vehicles. You kind of miscounted the movement on the tank. You were very sad about it. It's not the worst thing. The same thing happened to me against LVJD, where he used a Jake normal power, cleared a blocker, and then a copter came in and hit my rocket. But especially in this case where you're on a city, that's totally fine, and you get to kill the tank, so I think it works out just fine for me. But I can definitely see being upset about it. We have a nice line here. Yeah, it looks like these captures are going to go through, which is fine. It's often a good idea to just let properties go build up a force, and then just take it back later. Okay. Looks like you've got a very... Oh, I see the problem. You've got a very menacing force here. Very low on infantry now. So even though, you can see here, even though the vehicles have complete domination over these properties, they're not being swapped. Thin Pingu line. Okay. I don't like this base gift from Andy. Decides to go for a rocket. I would not get a rocket as Andy against Olaf, because rockets are pretty easy to kill instead of just injure, and they're also going to have a really hard time if they're ever caught out in the snow. Yeah, all the infantry are down south, all the vehicles are up north. That is true. This is something that happens a lot in fog, and what that means is that you're primed to front switch down to the infantry side with all of your vehicles. But it's something that happens in fog a lot from the strong side, weak side dynamic. Okay. So Andy's feeling really good, capturing these cities, and these cities aren't going to fall for quite a while. But yeah, if this rocket gets if this rocket was on this city and it snows, it can only move a single tile because it has 5 movement on wheels. So normally the wheels spend 2 movement per planes, but when it snows, that goes up to 3. So it spends 3 and it only has 2 left, and it can't go onto the next plane's tile. It's the same reason why, like, infantry, when it snows, they can move a single plane's tile. But that's why I probably wouldn't want to build a rocket as Andy here. I'd rather get like a Neo tank. But we'll see how it goes down. Okay, down here. Rockets guarding this anti-air. The anti-air is on the front lines. It's kind of weird. Not a huge fan of having the anti-airs on the front lines. There is a backup anti-air, so it's not like the end of the world. It does look like it's turning into a stall game. The vehicles might be front switching. It looks like the infantry are coming up and the vehicles are coming down. But now Andy is 5k ahead. So should be able to just pump out like Neo Tank or Mega Tanks or something to try and save these properties. If you're 5k ahead, then you can get a lot done. Okay, but Olaf might be coming in here. This medium tank doesn't have an answer down here. Front switch. Okay, the front switch is almost complete. Rockets are trying to zone each other out. Andy's making sure to try and target down the infantry. In this case, there's quite a few infantry, so that's not going to work out this time. And okay, we are officially in just a very stally setup. Oh, medium tank just attacks in here. I'm assuming we're gonna see anti-air clears this infantry. Tank kills this tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the follow-up on the the artillery. Oh, just gonna suck up the artillery shot. Okay. Well, that's probably totally fine, actually, because like the last 2 reinforcements down here are just infantry. So the artillery shoots, but then it just gets killed off. You just have to make sure you have enough anti-air in range, because the copters are going to try and save the day. Okay. We're splitting the forces. Here, Andy has a choice. Can you either like send the forces down here or just try and collapse on the top? Content, welcome to a map that stalls. Your goal was to cut the fronts and just plunder the weak side? You want to see that game again? Maybe if I make it to like 300 streams, I'll be like, oh, if there's any of those replays you want to see from the first 100. It was definitely stalling. Right now they're starting to attack, but like this kind of setup. Okay, so there is a breakthrough over here. I was a little worried about that because this APC's at 6 health. Oh. Do have the Neo tank from Andy. We have a hyper upgrade. I don't know why. It must be for a movement thing over here. Because this does mean that the Winter Fury is going to stick. Andy can't just do the Game of Chicken. Or is it just to target down the anti-airs and then bring the copters in to save the day? It looks like that was the plan. But this one's still at 6 health. Is pretty happy. No bad wall. Yes, that was a very painful turn. Olaf still managed, somehow up 10 units. Oh, actually didn't have enough charge for Winter Fury. I see. Damn. This poor rocket of yours. The mech is ready, yeah. We're attacking in here. I would... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, never mind. I thought this could reach the artillery. Captures happen. Medium tank back. Attack. Attack. I think... Well, I guess this artillery is going to shoot this tank. Yeah, that's fine. Over here, we have a very nice mech. Probably hit this guy from the mountain. Oh, just from the planes to hold the wall. Okay. That was a very good counter turn. And this is where Andy is kind of kicking himself that he used the super. Because if Andy had super after this turn, then there would be a lot of potential. Here comes the fight down to here. The rocket got to shoot the medium tank. Artillery shot. I like the attacks falling back and killing the stuff in the rear. I prefer... Oh, no. That's right, it's snowing. You can see the range of this poor medium tank. Power of the snow right there. Here comes the Neo tank. This 5 HP anti-air is going to go after this copter, be very happy. Okay. Ooh. Very bold to just build infantry from this base. I guess the repair costs, yeah, were just... How much did Andy pay in repairs? 12k, dang. Okay. Olaf is still really far ahead in units, so this is looking very good. Even if the units are like weak, they're still valuable. Like 3 health artillery still finishes off a kill. This guy's still... It's a 1 health medium tank. It's still blocking a full health bomber from hitting a 7 health medium tank. It's still fulfilling like a very important role. the power of unit count. Here, start cleaning out the infantry. Ooh, that capture is actually being threatened next turn, which is pretty nice. Mech going in. Very nice. Rocket's going to get healed up. It's a very expensive rocket. It's going to suck up a lot of repairs, but that's okay. Another base skip. I think you can definitely not go double artillery so you don't base skip and just really leverage that extra unit count. And here you can see the problem. A big problem for unit count deficits. Even if Andy, like all of these heavy vehicles that Andy has, kills off a whole unit, he's still going to be behind in unit count. It's so hard to come back. 1. They might even all get a kill. 3. 4. Oh, that one doesn't. And that one doesn't. Very aggressive. Always, you gotta be very careful pushing forward with a Neo tank or anything like that. Without very good support. It's like, because you can like look at the situation and be like, well, there's nothing around here that can hurt my Neo tank really. And then suddenly like the infantry walks over here, this infantry walks here, this infantry walks here, this artillery walks here. And then the 3 artillery come up behind, and if you don't have enough stuff around to actually free your Neo tank, it just dies. You don't think the extra infantry does anything before the game is over? I guess the APC did die, but no, it would still be useful. Plus, you can't play unless there's a strict day limit. You shouldn't play like that. Shouldn't be like, I don't need to build an infantry because I think the game's gonna end. Because what if the game doesn't? What if there's like a blunder? But yeah, if it was like a day 30 limit, then that would make more sense. Which, if this does have a day 30 limit, then... Oh! What was I saying? Now this can be freed by this medium tank. Maybe this 3 health tank. Infantry. Yep, and here they come. Now this is pretty sweet because Andy's going to have to leverage a lot. I would definitely make it snow here, actually, to give extra defense to this artillery so that the medium tank has to be the one that hits this guy. I really wouldn't want the 3 health infantry to free the Neo tank. But Sarmentine doesn't make it snow. Oh no! The infantry did it. Oh, that almost works. This guy, the buddy system is working. But Sarmentine will have to give up the capture, which is something you definitely do 100% of the time to kill a bomber. Whoa. Well, I didn't expect the Neo tank to go over there, but I guess it didn't have very many good options. And the artillery is already overloaded. Another Neo tank. We'll see here. Copter gets beat up a bit, threatening to take the comm tower. Join cap, steps out of the way to take out the bomber. 100%. No! Well, okay, I assume the 5 health is coming in to finish it off. That makes sense. The 1 health, I think, could do it, but it might be a roll. Infantry gets picked off. Now these guys are all going to be threatening to take these captures while these big fights are happening. Neo tank gets popped for 3, so not a ton. Not sure why this tank moved so far forward. We're trying try to do another fancy trap here. This one's not as great because the units that the medium tank can hit are pretty expensive. But it would get shot by an artillery for it. Although I think this tank can just free it. Then this infantry can free this Neo tank. Oh, but Winter Fury? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's going to come down to whether or not Andy is able to get the super for freeing this stuff. Never mind, super not used. Decides to just go for freedom for the Neo tank. Let the medium tank die down there. Or I guess it probably won't die. Anti-air lockdowns are very good over here. Looks like Andy's in a very bad spot now. The comm tower is going to fall. The army composition up here is now just infantry. Medium tank gets locked in again. The artillery, very nice artillery usage to deal with these heavy vehicles. Especially when you have that unit count surplus that you could do all these nice surrounds and bring the indirect over. At this point, I don't think there's any way Andy can come back from this. Neo tank just goes and sits on the city. It's such a sad Neo tank. And now all these infantry are going to get cleaned up. Bombers in a perfectly safe spot, completely surrounded by mountains. And the HQ is starting to be sat on. There's even an infantry at full HP in range. Look at this. Sarmentine just falls back. It's like, I'm not going to deal with that Neo tank. These tanks being built over here. Very nice. It's going to be a front switch. All of the investments down here are going to pretty much do nothing. They'll take their comm tower back. But it just means everything can be focused to take the HQ. What I assume is what's going on here. The fighter, we got bomber, fighter. Fighter only has one target, but it can also, of course, be a really good blocker. Like, if you sit here with your fighter, that is a nightmare for them to actually reach and defend their HQ. Anti-airs have to be built to deal with the bombers, but there's enough land vehicles around here that they're just kind of a weakness. The HQ falls. I don't see any... Oh, no, never mind. There's copters here to save it. Unless Olaf should just hit this Neo tank with the medium tank to get the snow, and then the copter can't reach. Hey! I guess it takes an infantry too? What do you need? Needs 750? Double attack with infantry or hidden with the anti-air. Or use the copter. Wait, what did the copter kill? Oh, a 3 health infantry. Yeah, well, I think it's going to be GG anyway. Oh, the copter doesn't even try and save the HQ. So that is just straight up GG. Almasy has resigned. You're excited for the next Dual Strike stream? This should be good. GG. That was a pretty long one. And you kind of got to see both Andy and Olaf leveraging the matchup to their advantage. GG. That was weird. Oh, I see. Okay, next is... I have the replay queue on Google Docs. my storage just filled up, so it was like access denied. What? Next is indeed CatWithYarn. Against Dimitri. Nanova couldn't make it today, so Nanova asked to delay the play. I thought that was a good one. Okay. Let me just drink some water. You have submitting a practice game for the Smacky Cup Map 2, Stern versus Eagle? Sure. Go for it. Delayed your airport for a while. I think that's reasonable if you're like using pipe runners, for instance. I personally like the airport, especially in high funds. And it comes with a free transport copter. But we have Jake versus Andy. Andy's very good in high funds. Jake is also good in high funds, but not Andy levels. However, I think what was happening here is Dimitri probably thought that you can play Jake and kind of be grit light, where you'd be able to give extra range to your pipe runners. But there's a glitch in Advanced Wars by Web, which means that pipe runners do not get the extra range that they should. Which is unfortunate, but I imagine that might have been what was going on with Dimitri. It's like, well, I kind of want to play grit. I want to be pipe runner heavy, but I also don't want to like lose on the ground. So I'll just play Jake and get to use all my powers. But in this case, that's not going to work out. Very, very interesting that the artillery is firing from here. The only reason I can think of to have it fire from here is if the artillery's next plan is to go back around. Otherwise, definitely go up here. So that you're closer to the front when you're done clearing the pipes. These all pipe runners for 18k? If only, yeah, they're very expensive. Okay, but yes, you do walk past your pipe seam here, get some nice control over here in the corner. Oh my gosh. Be right back. Never mind, it's fine. Okay, here comes the pipe runner. We have a Neo tank from Dimitri, who has started breaking this pipe seam. Okay, the pipe runner has almost made it to the corner. This tends to be the goal with the pipe runners, is if you make it into this corner, then none of the direct units can ever hit you, because they can't get on the pipes to hit you. So you only have to worry about indirect units while you're also locking down this entire comm tower area. And on top of that, from this corner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can just shoot. Actually, just 4. You can just shoot this pipe seam to stop your opponent from sending pipe runners up here to try and take your corner from you. You wish you had realized the pipe runners were a thing for your game on this map. Ooh. Dimitri, a little bit out of position here. Letting this tank get hit from the missile platform hurts a lot. Not like game losing. You can always just fall back if there's nothing that you're immediately going to, like no property you're immediately going to lose over it. But definitely hurts. Whoa. CatWithYarn, very aggressive. I assume targeting down this pipe seam is the idea. You've loved these tournaments. Every game has meant so much to you. That's great. Okay. Now, pipe runners have the defense of a light tank. So this is a very threatening attack. Very weird that Jake decided to just hit back here, but it is, at least it's covered by a Neo tank. Although this Neo tank is overloaded because it's also defending this comm tower. Now this Neo tank is over here too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I would have gone down here onto the lab. You're still covering these light tanks. And more importantly, you're also covering this comm tower, which makes this Neo tank's life very, very awkward. Andy with 2 comm towers is a happy Andy. That's true. Oh, Neo tank has to, or pipe runner has to run away from the tank. As Andy, if you were closer to your super, you could probably get away with this. But of course, if your opponent doesn't build any pipe runners, it doesn't matter. But yeah, if this gets broken off, with this also broken off, then pipe runners will be completely useless. Everyone blunders constantly, pretty much. Oh, okay. So I understand the idea here. It's like, I'll take this Neo tank for a strike with a great, good damage. The problem that Dimitri's going to run into here is twofold. One, there's a Neo tank chaining into this, so it's going to cover, and this Neo tank is just going to die for this attack. But two, this is Andy. This is high funds, so supers are going to come very, very fast for Andy. And all you did was knock this Neo tank down to 5. So with an Andy super, it's back up to 10, and you just lose a Neo tank for effectively nothing. Which is why Andy's so good in general, but extra good in high funds, goes up entire tier levels. Because big units, you really don't even have to repair this guy. Big units are harder to kill, and they give you so much charge, and that's a very good combination. It's fine to repair this guy, but you don't have to. You can just kind of be like, well, I'm going to get my super very soon, and he'll heal up then. Okay. Nicely kills off that infantry. Probably should be, for Dimitri, should be very more aggressive towards going down into this corner. I don't know why this artillery is way back here in firing, but okay. There is a bomber here, so I'm not a huge fan of attacking in on the bomber. Especially because there isn't going to be the Andy super this turn. Which means this can hit this Neo tank and this bomber can hit the other one. That's very painful. So you can either just delay a turn before attacking in, like build an anti-air or something, or you can attack this Neo tank with your Neo tank to get enough charge. Use a super. Felt like you need to keep up the pressure. Gotcha. Another pipe runner on its way. Pipe runners can also break this pipe seam, but they do have to move the tile. Ooh, barely lives. Oh no. Jake, no. You gotta hit the Neo tank, you gotta finish it off. You can't let them heal up. Okay. Also, not a huge fan of this attack, because there might have been a chance it kills the tank, but either way, the pipe runner's covering it. Definitely use the super first. It probably didn't matter with that attack. Definitely super before this attack. I don't know what's up with that. Where's the Andy super? What's going on? Okay, here he comes. Definitely build another anti-air. Very good. Comes the pipe runner. It's a little exposed. Double hit that Neo tank. I think I probably would have fallen back, because I don't want this other Neo tank to get involved in the fight right now. But things are still looking very good for CatWithYarn. The top is pretty much completely won, so the entire fight's just going to happen down here now. This might be the worst possible turn versus Andy you've ever seen. I don't know if it's that bad, but it is very important to keep in mind against Andy that killing off units is very, very valuable. Much more valuable than against other COs. Good pick off of the pipe runner there. It is going to cost the bomber its life, but that's okay. The pipe runner would have been a headache. Oh my gosh, these Neo tanks just barely living. Pipe runner, the death of another tank. Okay, looks like something. Probably the artillery just freed that. There's no infantry in range to go for the capture yet. Very sad. Tank runs back. I think it's fine to just go into this property. It is within pipe runner range. Looking pretty good. Made sure to protect this Neo tank as it heals up, and then the super is going to be online pretty quick because this is high funds, which is part of what it's just such a nightmare to fight Andy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not sure why. I'm going to assume that Dimitri just ran out of time this turn or something. Loaded into this transport copter and then ended the turn without moving this tank or these infantry. 2 comm towers to 0 is doing a lot of work. It's nasty. The Neo tank usage overall for Dimitri has been pretty good, making sure to be striking for these like nice rain tiles. Tank, I like it. Tank just waits. I would probably in this. If I was doing this turn, I would probably have tank kill this guy off and then kill off the transport copter with an infantry. But I'm fine with this. I guess this infantry can just do it too. Okay. Ooh, even got this down to 4. It's going to heal up and then take the property anyway. That's okay. We have another bomber built. The airport's on its way. Andy has very good air because of being able to heal them and extra movement and extra firepower, all that stuff. Hyper upgrade. Whee! A casual 40k added to the army value there. Oh my gosh. Takes out the 7 HP Neo tank. Still making sure that these Neo tanks are on some nice terrain. This one isn't, but it had to go off for a kill. Or not a kill, but an attack. Which is, again, another thing. If you're fighting Andy, you don't do stuff like this. Because you just, like, the anti-air just heals up and then you lose your unit. It's really difficult to kind of adjust to fighting Andy. Dimitri resigns there, which is fair. Down to 8 units. Only a little bit behind in income, though. But yeah, fighting Andy, it's almost like Andy has a day-to-day with how impactful his super is. You played that so much more sloppy? It's okay. You've improved a lot. I don't know if anyone remembers the first game that Shadow ever sent in. This is like a huge improvement. Shadow is on the rise. Next we have Thavidu. You still don't play League, though? I think you're definitely good enough to start playing League, yeah. Starflash, my god, the replay queue is gigantic. And Starflash, this is with me limiting the number of repeat submissions. We're on our way, though. I've been making pretty good progress on it. But yeah, if you want to get a game covered, then submit it now. Was this sent in by Thavidu or Modio? Do I have 2 Thavidus in here, or is it just that? Yeah, I think this was sent in by Thavidu. Dice. Comment. Oh, this is before the black boat on the HQ. I doubt this is going to be just an HQ rush from Thavidu, but it could be, in which case this will be a very short game. Maybe let's do polls who wins before games. Sure, I can try that. Might have to open up the YouTube. Let's see. Did I stream from Streamlabs? I don't know if that has polls. Let's see here. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Will Thavidu victorious? Yes. Ask community. Okay, I have done a poll. I can vote on my own poll here. 5 votes. Oh, it doesn't let me. Does it last? You occupy 100% of the votes no longer. Oh, people really believe in Thavidu. Wait, how long does the poll run? Oh, I can end the poll when I want to. 29 watching. We got 21 votes. This is very one-sided. Yeah, we'll end the poll. 95% yes, 4% no. Is there channel points? I don't know if I have those. Until I'm officially partnered, which I'm being reviewed. Might not be. Which one's playing Olaf? You vote that one. I think Thavidu sends in replays where he wins and loses. But that's true. There's definitely going to be a bias towards victories, usually. Okay. So neither player is trying to go for an HQ rush here. Player 1 has any CO on this map. Can easily HQ rush. As Sammy, it's almost unstoppable. But that's only when there's not black bets here. You don't need to send my losses replays, other people send them for me. That's fair. I cover games where I lose. That's just because I cover every single one of my games. We have an artillery opening from Thavidu. That is very interesting. I wonder what its goal is. It might be to just go into this forest to cover this and this, or like lock these two, or maybe this forest. Looking at the map now, I do see quite a few forests that would have a very happy artillery in them. Just locking down properties. Modio's doing a good job just going for these back caps with the black boat. It looks like Thavidu's going to start. Oh no! Oh, I've made this exact same mistake. Not on this map, but... Oh my gosh. I don't remember the name of it. Oka Sama or something like that. Where there's like islands like this in the back with an airport, and then there's another island that has just like a property that's connected by the shoals to the land or something. But I did this exact same thing that Thavidu did, which is thinking you can unload from a side that you can't. But it was even worse because I missed twice. I did this essentially, and then essentially I went here on the next turn. still failed. So I know your pain, Thavidu. I was like, I can't tell the what's a shoal. Is it too late to change your vote? Just copying the opening from the guy I lost to. Good times. Yeah, I know your pain. Okay. Ooh, danger zone for this artillery. It has no backing, and there is a recon on the hunt. Very awkward moment. We have the tank back up. Okay, I see Thavidu made it the second time, though. Alright. Artillery does find a very happy forest, and it isn't even seen going into it. The recon does see this infantry, so could strike it, and it's like a 50-50. Well, not really. I think most players would attack from this side to check what's in the forest. If they attack from this side, they'll get shot. It's fine if it checks here. We'll see. It might not attack it at all. Helicopter on the way down. And the infantry moving down. The recon doesn't attack. It's just coming down here to try and control the comm tower. Ooh. Very interesting. To see what it can see. Very delayed back caps here. Nice recon interrupt. Tank doesn't quite get in the way, or doesn't quite reach to punish for next turn. The black boat has to refuel. Oh, so awkward. But I guess it gets to come back next turn to pick this guy up to go over to this harbor. So just really, really delayed backward captures. But should be okay, because that should translate into more forward captures that are more contested. things go weird. Oh, you were copying the person you lost to, but they were Sturm. Yeah, you can't you can't copy Sturm. This map does look awkward because there's no capture chains. It feels very I forgot his name. He used to be on the map committee. Really didn't like capture chains. So all of the maps would be like this, where the property is like 4 apart. Yeah, Waquido. Waquido makes good maps. I disagree on the philosophy around capture chains. I think that it's pretty important to have some guidance in the map design to secure where the fronts are going to be and all that stuff. That's okay. Ooh, this is a very dangerous fight over here. And Modio is looking very nice with this battlecopter coming in. It's going to be able to hit this artillery, and there's absolutely nothing over here for Thavidu to fight against that. On the flip side, the fight over here is looking pretty good for Thavidu. So they might just swap sides here. Yeah, I think this is made by Weege. Yes. The lab in the center surrounded by shoals. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is a pretty weird mistake from Modio, because I think it should be clear where this artillery is. I guess maybe Modio didn't watch the replay or something. Yeah, you can have chains, you can have forward cities that aren't chains. Yeah, you can. I really like the design on Stalingrad that has both players kind of chaining towards each other, which creates that very abrupt fight. That is a weird first game. You were Sturm versus Von Bolt, and Von Bolt built a weak side mega tank against you. Just right with massed artillery? That's a lot of artillery. Okay, so this artillery is very happy. The attack down here is definitely risky. And it looks like it's going to help Thavidu a lot. These infantry are going to get killed off, and then pretty much all of Mordio's presence on the right-hand side will be dealt with. Okay, so that was going to finish the capture. So the artillery saves the base. Looks like this infantry just continued the cap down here. I don't like that. There's nothing to save it from this recon. So I would instead just hop on the black boat and go do something else with him. Transfer copter. That's a lot worse than the black boat over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That drops off in 1. It takes 2 turns for the transport copter. I think these back captures have been delayed a little too long. Wait, there was wait. There isn't an anti-air built? Was the copter not seen? I thought it killed something. It did kill something. Thavidu. Thavidu, did you not watch the replay where you're like, something just died off in into the darkness? That's fine. Well, no anti-air being built is really bad. Just an infantry is not going to cut it. No replay moment. That's like when people do the old interface and then they have a neo tank, and you're Your units just every now and again wink out of existence. You're like, I don't know what killed that. It's just a Neo-Tank one-shotting stuff. That was... I've had that happen to me, and I also know 42 had that happen to him. Just wait till the snow kills the copter. Okay, comm tower is interrupted for both players. Oh, big breakthrough. This is the luckiest artillery in the world. I don't know how it has not been snuffed out. I assume both players just aren't watching the replay. Well, I know that for some people they can only play because of their internet or like the browsers that they have in their country. Slightly story. I don't think they're lying. You don't believe that for a second. Copper gets a nice hit here. Tank follow-up. Artillery's still unchecked. Although this is a very overloaded artillery. Oh, I'm missing the attacks over here. Oh my gosh. Infantry gets dropped off on the comm tower. A rocket's on the way. Infantry sacrifices itself to delay this capture. Another nice artillery position. Thavidu's got the artillery for this game. Yes. Well, quite a few people completed their match before the replays got fixed. If watching the replay is cheating, then you haven't played a fair game of Advanced Warfare Spy Weapon in your life. What I used to do... I don't do it anymore. I haven't played against someone with an old interface in a while. But what I used to do is I would have, because I have dual monitor, I just have the game up all the time. And then whenever I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, I'd be like, aha. Dude, Tordred watches the replay. At least he watches the replay against me. Okay, so Modio has got this capture. It looks like they're just going to swap corners here, or sides. Effectively. The artillery escapes and then he gets attacked. Very aggressive to attack in here. I mean, it's hard to overextend farther than this. I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Attacking this anti-air would be the further extension. Okay, the rocket has found itself a nice forest. It's protecting that tank from afar. I mean, there's definitely been times where I don't watch the replay, and that's often when I'm taking my turn on my phone. Because that can be a hassle for sure. This map is very spread out. Which is good for, definitely good for Olaf. Okay. Tank goes down. Artillery to defend the tanks. And this is going to be a huge bit of intel when this rocket fires. Assuming Thavidu checks the how much damage the units take and all that stuff. Okay, wow, very aggressive anti-air attacking in here. Okay, so we'll see. If Thavidu doesn't watch the replay, I guess they could convince themselves somehow that this died from something other than a rocket. I don't know how, though. Take your turn somewhere other than your phone? Okay. Very aggressive. But I am impressed, because this... Why is this anti-air down here? Why is this anti-air down here? So that's a bit of a blunder. I guess the plan was to come around and try and interrupt the comm tower. But yeah, it doesn't protect the copter. So Modio somehow manages to actually get this copter on copter strike. That's an unguarded copter. A stealth killed it. From here. All of your games on this map have been very weird. That's what it sounded like. Oh, we strike, and then we Winter Fury. Very nice. Hit here. Also saves this capture. Oh, that infantry survived. You got fancy boosts. Finally, we're gonna go for this other airport. Clean up everything over here. Okay. Okay, I guess there isn't anything that can really dive in on this rocket. What did this guy kill? Recon? Okay. Still not a huge fan of everything being inside rocket range, but that's okay. I don't think Thavidu was aware of this copter as another option to attack. So we'll see if Modio tries to go for the lightning strike here. Obviously the snow is going to be a pain to deal with. And it doesn't look like a lightning strike. This looks very much like a fallback turn. Okay. There's good and bad about delaying your lightning strike. The good is that you'll now get the lightning strike when you're not in snow, so you get a lot more movement. But the bad is that now Olaf is going to get a ton of charge when you hit him with the lightning strike. So you kind of get Winter Furied, and then you lightning strike, and then you get Winter Furied. Which is very painful. Also, I don't see a very good lightning strike anymore for Modio, which is also an awkward thing. Recon gets some nice vision. Both players really extended far here. Well, if the rocket's moving out, must be the intention of a lightning strike. Oh my gosh. Well, this isn't going to do a ton. I guess he's going to kill this artillery and hurt this anti-air. Kill off some infantry. Well, we'll see. Charge in. Does kill off a copter. That's nice. I don't. Oh. I'm going to assume it was this infantry got trapped here. Hopefully it wasn't the tank. Yeah, okay. Ooh, a fancy little block off. Tank attack, tank attack. Recon picks off. Move these units around. This is still really, really overextended. This capture still goes through, so that wasn't enough damage to give another Winter Fury. but it was an okay amount. Winter Fury is definitely on its way. What? Thavidu, did you just never watch the replay? Even without watching the replay, I don't understand why the anti-air would go after this guy instead of killing off the tank. That's okay. This can be painful. Kind of gets trapped. You never watched the replay? Thavidu! You are too inspired by Tordred. How can you expect to make informed decisions on how you engage? You used to. You've outgrown the replay. Okay, well that copter is taken out, which is very painful. Comm tower does fall into Thavidu's hands. Modio with the disrespectful 8 HP HQ capture. Oh, now you are watching. I see. You only watch days 1 to 6? No one pushed him to his final form yet. I gotcha. Okay, kill off the recon. A nice shot on the anti-air. Welcome to Winter Fury. Kills off a copter. Be a nice pick off on this infantry that was going for the capture. Sadly, doesn't quite have vision on this guy, but he'd be very valuable to pick off because there's pretty much no one around. I guess this guy makes it there in like 4 turns. Saves the HQ. Okay. Mordio's overextension starting to be very painful. This tank can't quite reach because of the snow. This rocket, it's so vulnerable. Thavidu, were you aware of the rocket at this point? You still won't use the missile planner except for making magnets. What even is the move planner? Never used it. The move planner does show you the movement ranges if you use the extension. You can in the description of my video, you can download the extension for it. Or you can go onto the Discord in the community development page, or maybe a strategy. It's a very good extension. It gives you movement ranges. It lets you track income in the move planner, which is really nice when you're crafting openings. Takes out medium tank. Oh, it lives at 1. Bring on the pressure towards the rocket. Finishes off this infantry over here. The airports are finally online. Over here with these infantry. Okay. There's not much over here, so maybe the threat is to go from Mordio's HQ. Does it only work on Chrome? No, it works. Oh, it works on Edge. I don't know if it works on Internet Explorer. The Move Planner extension also lets you use the arrow keys to flip through replay actions. It does have some non-Move Planner extension stuff going on. I don't know if it works on Netscape. That's something that Saltor would have to answer. I don't know if Saltor's in the chat. I know it works on Chrome. Use Brave and it works for you. Nice. I think it works on AOL, yeah. American Online. Oh, I remember Netscape. Did Netscape have the Lighthouse logo? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. It doesn't work on Nintendo Wii Internet Browser, sadly. Okay, oh my gosh, so aggressive, but does give some nice vision for Thavidu with this attack. The rocket goes down finally. I don't think the rocket even got quite its value, but that's okay. It's a nice breakthrough here. It's kind of left it was left kind of open there, but seeing a lot of medium tanks from Thavidu. And both players are just so overextended. They're attacking so much closer to their opponent's base, but I guess that's just part of this map. Like, they're both very overextended, but they're also capturing cities while being very overextended. So it's working. Oh. Wow. Diving on in here to find this anti-air. Very nice. We're going to see a lightning strike. I imagine this one's going to be much better than the last. As moves like this, the rocket gets to shoot the anti-air. Oh my gosh, so much stuff getting picked off. And a lot of this is actually overcharging Olaf, which is painful. But there will be a Winter Fury in response to this. Oh, okay. I thought these guys were going to finish off the anti-air, but no. They ran in and they're like, okay, time to get out of here. Alright. Well, now Thavidu is behind quite a bit in unit count, although there's going to be quite a few things to pick off on the sides here. This property is going to be recaptured. Pick off, pick that out. So yeah, the unit count looks like it's going to start equalizing. Recon gets to kill this infantry. Ooh, there's nothing over here grabbing vision. There would have been some nice kills. Oh, the Recon does not go for the kill over here. So that means that Modio, because these guys didn't die, this guy didn't die, Mordio's still doing pretty well unit count wise. We'll have to still be very careful though, because that can still change on a whim if things get a little too eager to fight. Ooh. Thavidu doesn't want to fight here. We have a nice front switch from Thavidu. Like, I am done trying to overextend into this comm tower. It is just not fun. Let's just try and take the HQ instead. Maybe. This property still has 2 turns to go before it falls. So it gives Thavidu plenty of time to react. Got a bomber on the way. Bomber is definitely pretty risky against Eagle. It's a juicy target to get hit from 12 tiles away by some anti-air. Or, I guess, 18 tiles away with a fighter. Blackbow has 6 fuel, barely makes it in to the harbor. Oh, we have a breakthrough over here. Kills off this anti-air, which is the only anti-air over here. Fortunately, there's only one copter, so the double copter from Thavidu should be enough to defend. We have another attack down into this kind of base's range here. Not like one base, or one turn, but 2 turns. See some pickoffs over here. Saves the city, barely. Picks off that tank. Hopefully this recon is gonna move forward and reveal the rocket, maybe. No. Just falls back. Keep the bomber in range of stuff. Alright, it's fine. Anti-air's gonna get taken out, but there isn't any copters over here, so it's not gonna be super painful, and there's a backup already. Blackboat's healing up. Modio is probably just gonna hunt down this infantry and then block off. Maybe even join cap this. Attacking forward here. Going for that capture. Mordio's attacking on all fronts. Triple capture threat. That's always scary. And the HQ. Mordio's just capturing everything. Well, Thavidu doesn't really have enough over here to stop everything. So, at least one of these properties is going to fall. Maybe 2. Okay. Gun reveals. Anti-air goes down. Bomber doesn't quite reach this medium tank, but it does reach this artillery if that gets revealed. Nope, it's going to go after this infantry instead, which is fine. Certainly safe. Whoa! I would probably finish off this HQ instead with copter infantry. Or at least knock it down to 1. Definitely hit that, yeah. So it looks like all 3 of these captures going to go through? No, 2 of them do get interrupted. Although that one probably still going to go through. Get the shot on this medium tank. Transport copter goes down. Medium tank goes down, although that is happening in range of this bomber. Copter goes down over here. Rocket kills off the recon. These are looking very grim for Thavidu in the bottom left. But there will be a Winter Fury next turn, which will save this bomber even against a lightning striking fighter. We'll see what Thavidu can do in this position. It looks very scary. Still equal-ish, yeah. Modio is just way up in unit count. Thavidu believes in these black boat drop-offs to save this comm tower. And attacks in. Bomber has to kill this medium tank. There's really no ways about that. Like so. A little aggressive, but it definitely makes sense to first strike the Eagle Copter. And now it looks very scary for Modio around this HQ suddenly. The Winter Fury is going to make it so the Lightning Strike isn't very good here. Only 1 anti-air, though, on the way. With Thavidu with a fighter of his own to potentially answer. Oh, yeah. This is definitely a very, very scary turn for Eagle. The compensation. Actually, both of these cities, I didn't even notice. Thavidu managed to save both of these. So only down a single city. And because of the repair costs, Eagle had to build copter, mech, infantry. Oh no. Thavidu defending the comm tower. Fighter on its way. Recon picks off an infantry. Copters being very annoying, trying to block off this base's production. Also reveals this fighter, which is very, very good intel to have. There's actually nothing to deal with a copter over here. Finishes this guy off. Oh, come on, you can't do that. You 100% use anything else to kill this infantry on the HQ, and then you step on it. Even the bomber. I mean, the bomber would be the worst case. But you definitely step onto the HQ. And when you have like a whole army right there, and you got the base blocked off. I know the lightning strike's coming, but still. Thavidu doesn't play by the rules. It's true. I would highly suggest next time, if you're trying to protect your bomber from the fighter, you just put your bomber in a place, like in the back like you did. But make sure it's surrounded by units. I don't think it's in any danger, because Eagle doesn't have the vision, but if Eagle had the vision, could definitely take it out, although probably wouldn't be worth it. Whoa, my gosh. Whew. Okay, Eagle must be lightning striking, like... Fighters are durable, but they're not lead the pack solo durable into the darkness. We do venture. We do have the lightning strike. There's no recon, so this is going to be a very sad lightning strike, as everything was really far away. All part of Thavidu's plan. Reject HQ cap, return to snow. Fighter finds a copter. It's gonna die for that. Oh my gosh, that's the danger of lightning strike and fog, is you do need to have some good vision of where your opponent's units are, otherwise stuff like that can happen and your lightning strike kind of falls flat. Unlike with Winter Fury, where you can just Winter Fury whenever it hits everything. So this is gonna hurt a lot. The fighter dies, and it even dies when lightning strikes up, so Eagle doesn't even get the charge for it. Which is a big deal, because 20k is, an expensive unit that can give you a ton of charge for those lightning strikes. Now Thavidu's like, okay, lightning strike's over. Time to start getting ready for this attack again. I'd prefer if there's maybe a little bit more is being invested in dealing with everything this recon's spotting over here. It's okay. Anti-air is here, because the copters were completely unanswered for so long. On that front. Very aggressive to bring these copters forward after your fighter dies right here. To anti-air fighter. That was very weird to me. But it might be a case of Modio is not watching the replay anymore. It's like, I guess the fighter died. Maybe it was a missile that killed it back here, and so my copters will be fine. Not yet, no, the black boat's fine. Okay. Very hectic game. Bomber goes into position over here. I mean, right now with Thavidu, only a little bit ahead in unit count, but way ahead in unit value. So, if Thavidu can get into like a standing army versus standing army fight, the game will probably just end on the spot. Ooh, nice mech infantry drop-off to save the property over there. Infantry goes down. Thavidu is kind of running out of infantry to attack with here. There's one thing Modio has, it's an entire group of infantry. Alright. Finish off the tank. Might bring some more stuff over here to deal with this attack. Maybe not. Very dangerous, of course, to always go for these, whenever you go for these 1 HP unit battles. See if the bomber does anything. It would be very dangerous this turn. Because there isn't the recon's not in play yet to really check out what's going on. Got triple copter attacking, they spot an anti-air, they all cry. But the anti-air can only hit one. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This bomber believes in this infantry. He's like, there's nothing that could ever kill this infantry. I'm fine. There's never been a stronger duo than Bob the Bomber and Iggy the Infantry. Alfred the Anti-Air just will not be able to break through. Oh no. Comm tower that the black boat's been working so hard to defend is gonna fall. Oh. Does hold. Iggy the Infantry is too good. Just goes for the copter instead. That is in range of this bomber. So it's a very sad anti-air. This song is probably your favorite on the playlist. It's pretty good. It's nice and chill. Oh, recon. Run over. Over here too. Oh, we have the Winter Fury. Very strong. Nice 25k damage. Finish off these nice easy units. Bomber comes in. It's down to 9 fuel. We have to... I guess it's okay if the black boat kind of meets up with the bomber over here. Otherwise the bomber's going to crash, which would be really sad because it's been doing some good work. It's a scary attack on the HQ. There's only 1 infantry with it right now. But this guy's also on the way. Modio does manage to hold the line over here. The Eagle mech gets a hit on the artillery. Still going for these captures. I would say for Modio, you might want to chill on some of these really aggressive captures. Kind of get you in trouble. Oh, I see the Winter Fury actually saves the comm tower. It has a bomber backup and everything. Very nice. Oh no! No, don't do that! Bomber, no! Bob the Bomber! Oh, Bob the Bomber trades himself out for a tank. It's down to 1 fuel. He drains 2 at the start. Oh no. Here's Bob the Bundle. Bob the Bomber's son is right over here with the black boat. The black boat's like, it's okay. I can just refuel him. Okay, this is looking super, super over. Isn't even a lightning strike right now. Almost all of Mordio's units have been kind of put in just one base range, one turn range from the base. Oh no! Modio, don't do it. It's already dead. Well, that's very, very good for Thavidu, because that gives Thavidu a lot of charge, where this normally would have given no charge for Thavidu. It would have just... But Father! Father, no! Okay. Modio just didn't like that bomber. Saw it was on its way out. Was like, I'm gonna kick him while he's down. Ooh, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I think standing on the city's better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, if you're on the city, you see the base, and the airport. So I'm not sure why it's on the shoals. But the idea is still good. Uh-oh. The rocket's in danger. Fighter flies up. Takes out the battlecopter and very cheekily stops the medium tank from killing the recon. By just being in the way. Okay. All of the defenders of the HQ have been cleared out. I assume capture's imminent. Anti-air on the way over here. Medium tank interrupts this. Rocket backs up. Copter just flies forward. This must be a lightning strike. It's tried to scout. Fighter gets hit. Medium tank stands next to the HQ. This is a tactic that you use when you're trying to stop an HQ cap, because now they can't block off that side and you always have a unit that can interrupt. Sadly, both of these copters are going to get taken out by anti-air, but it looks like the rocket is actually going to be okay. From what I can see at a glance. Oh. Maybe this guy will live. Maybe they'll both live. Just barely. Ooh. The fighter can stay there for 7 turns. Very annoying. Just chilling on that airport. Modio could build a missile, I guess, to shoo it off. Or just build another fighter from the other side. It's very cheeky. Time to have a drink for Bob the Bomber. Lived and served well. And Bob the Bomber did a lot of work. Okay. Fair to not go for an HQ cap when there is a medium tank staring at it. Falls back. Neo tank over here. Wow, the copter survives. Recon goes down. We have a stealth from Modio. Very confident that this fighter up here is at 2 health and running out of fuel. Ooh, push out, get a nice hit on this artillery. The bomber's just out of range of punishing that. Thavidu has now started to go for one of these captures. Should have an easy time going for pretty much all of these in theory, with being so far ahead in unit value. But Modio has been doing a good job of holding on to these. The bomber's still chilling in the back. It should probably be covering some of these units on the right side, because of that's where the medium tank is. Rocket denies the capture. Manages to keep down all of the direct combat units that could hit the rocket. Stealth doesn't stealth yet, so this turn it just moved forward. Next turn it will stealth, probably, to try and conserve fuel. Okay, now the medium tank's going to go down. There's the very expensive APC plus stealth. And you're right. you might have guessed that, yes, Winter Fury is going to hurt a lot on that stealth. It's now an 8 HP stealth, which means it can't one-shot anything. Oh, look. Goodbye mechs, all cleaned out. Fighters over here. Well, it will 100% kill an 8 HP stealth. Even an eagle one. This is looking super GG. Okay, Thavidu now has an infantry in range of the HQ. This rocket is still denying this capture. The exact same thing is going to happen to this infantry as what happened to the last one. And then Modio does resign here. Yeah, I don't think there's any... Well, there's no way to stop this capture for sure. And I don't think there's any real way to save the HQ. GG. That was a brutal fight. Now you realize HQ cap plus Blizzard equals instant win after 35? Oh, that's what happened there? Yeah. Believers win. It was close. Mistakes were made, but you still came out on top. I would say if you were watching the replay on this game, it probably would have ended like 15 turns earlier. But that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes watching the replay doesn't get you much, and sometimes it gives you all the intel you could ever need. Well played, well played. Next we have Stealer. First boss man, I believe. A tournament map. You have Cobalt Ice versus Cobalt Ice now. Yellow comment. Mistakes were made. It happens. I can run the poll here. I think I know who's going to win. We have another Olaf after all. Got the stats. I know the rocket lived to the very end. Now, this is a pretty good map for Max, though. I mean, you do have double airport, and there's some pretty nice breakthroughs in fighting that like happens on shoals, which is pretty low defense. But if both players go into the middle, it stalls out a lot, which would definitely favor Olaf. Always bet on Olaf. Ooh, this one's closer. You don't think you have the income to go for double airport though. That's true. You'd have to do, I mean, you could do it if you had a lot of like infantry buys. Save up for it. Obviously, we saw the Flaw Dog game that had the double copter buy to sacrifice them into an anti-air to get the victory march and take the lab, which is a very fancy setup. Bring up an Olaf versus Olaf match to really throw the betting off. Okay, 80% to 19%. People believe more in Max than they do Eagle. Okay. So I liked, in the Flaw Dog game, I really liked Heather's approach to taking this base. It was very fancy. And instead of going here or here, went over here to go for this capture, which is just a huge mind game. Because it's like you're walking away from your base, but it still makes it there in the same number of turns. So if there was ever one of the mind games of go for the capture along the way to the base, that's probably it. Oh, Bossman completes the capture. So that should mean that Bossman is going for some very early aggression. It won't give it doesn't like enable a recon this turn where the other one wouldn't, but it will enable, actually it won't enable anything. Wait, is it not even gonna matter for the tank timing? It'll give 10k next turn instead of 8k. Oh, that makes it a lot worse. If it's gonna like enable a double tank in like 6 turns, then that's pretty bad. It matters for the other player. You're just gonna mind game yourself. That can't happen. Okay, I guess it's gonna enable double tank next turn. Very sketch. I am not liking that that timing, but we'll see if the double tank. Whoa! Doesn't even double tank. Is this like a huge save up for like a double airport thing, but also goes for the airports really slow? Whoa! If you're gonna go for this infantry heavy play, definitely go for the base first, because that will give you, before going for the city, because that will give you more infantry. All right. Well, I guess we'll find out what Max's plan is. Steeler has a lock on the city with this artillery. We have a tank over here. I guess you could go for a fast and medium tank. Maybe didn't see the base. That's also a possibility. Okay, we have tank. Still have 5k floating. Tank, anti-air infantry. And then also went for the capture. No fear. And then just stood here with this guy. What? I guess it overloads the artillery. Does threaten to interrupt this capture, but it's not a great interrupt because this guy covers. That was a bad place to move him. I guess, well, it's not a bad place. It just means he can't help out over here. If he was here, then he can hit the 2 tiles that this infantry can hit from. That's not the case here, but it might be more focused on trying to deny this capture further. I'm overthinking what Division 5 is up to. That is always a possibility. I have been accused of overthinking people's plans. Okay, I like the center presence from Bossman here. Brings the anti-air over. Good. Does get for this interrupt. There's no assistance from fellow infantry. Okay, now we have double tank infantry from Bossman. This infantry is insisting on this fight over here. Oh. Tank does cover this, so oh, that reaches here. Oh, okay, never mind. This is looking pretty nice for Steeler. Got a nice tank chain onto a city and fighting from that. Very difficult to overcome that kind of obstacle. Besides just a hit back here, I would probably just retreat with this infantry instead. Because he's kind of just set up to die. A shame. Artillery had to back up, so now that capture can happen. This guy's going to get taken out. More infantry presence over here. So they're both kind of losing their sides here. Steeler's got a much better attack, though. Do get a nice tank kill here. It does invite a tank first strike, but it's maxed against Olaf with a 9 against 10, so it's not so bad. The city, though, that Steeler went for is going to happen. A very aggressive lab capture. Neither of these airports have actually been captured yet for Boss Man, which is definitely an oversight. The mech, I guess, is kind of forced. The tank was built over here. I don't think the tank over here was needed, though. I think building another tank here would make more sense. Although the mech value is starting to come into play. We have a nice cheeky block off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If this was in a slightly different place, it would be able to anti-air infantry clears the city, tank hits. But not the case. And it doesn't look like Olaf or that Max is going to be like a normal power or anything to force it. Tank does retreat back here to hit the lab cap. Push down here. There are a lot of infantry staring at that, so that can be risky. Whoa, very aggressive tank move. It might be possible that Boss Man can actually take this center comm tower, which like never happens because it's so close to the base. Okay. I think with double comm tower, or no, with single comm tower. Oh no, didn't complete this comm tower capture. I think with single comm tower that has a slight chance of doing damage. Double comm tower would make it more likely, of course. None of these guys can. They're all the same distance away, so that's fine. All right, we got the mech. Artillery staring at the comm tower here. Now, there's definitely a breakthrough that can happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think Boss Man has a play here. We'll see if Boss Man goes for it. Actually, just the tank can go for that. Okay, that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, maybe there isn't a good way to get the power. But could go for... There's some sort of attack over here that gets enough charge. You can definitely have the tank come in, kill the artillery, and then anti-air comes and kills the mech. And then this base is just under a ton of pressure and the comm tower falls. But in this case, the mech does get to hit the anti-air. The mech might live at like 4%. Might have been possible with just this attack. It's okay. Steeler now gets their turn. Some juicy mech attacks. Continues denying these airports, which is really good. Okay, why didn't this airport get finished? Oh no, Boss Man! Definitely finish that airport so you can build copters to hold off this attack. The way labs work is you have to lose all of your labs to lose the game. So if your opponent just takes 1 lab, you're okay. I think Boss Man might have thought that if I lose this lab, I'll lose the game. Because giving up the airport capture is really, really bad. Alright. Very scary attack up here. Mech does get to hit this anti-air. And this comm tower was interrupted by the artillery. I assume we're going to see like a Neo tank or something out of this base so much money for Stealer. I didn't realize so much was floated. Just see a mech. Still floating 5k. That's very weird. Especially with so much pressure being put on this base, you would definitely expect a bigger buy. Over here, this tank is taken out. I assume this is Stealer trying to go for some Winter Fury charge, going for attacks like that. It's definitely not a great one. Over here we have an attempt at taking this lab. Bossman has full charge. So when you're playing as Max, you can kind of use your... What? Well, I was going to say you can use your normal power or your super whenever you want. You're not really in need of favoring one over the other. You would do it at the start of your turn, though. I think what might have happened there is that in the description, I don't know if it says this. Yeah. In the description of Max here, everything it refers to is direct units. And so it actually just means vehicles, direct vehicles. So it won't affect infantry and mech. So it might have been a case where I was thinking like I can buff up my mech and then I can go kill something. That would be my guess. Either that it was a misclick, as that would be. And we just have a blizzard. Blizzard to lock poor Bossman out of saving either of these labs. That's gonna be GG to the movement denial. That can't make it through. Tex does have the triple comm tower, but it doesn't matter. Isn't able to get this lab, which would have saved the game, of course. Stealer takes both labs and wins. Goes for Blizzard again. And that's Bossman eliminated by capture. GG. Very good use of Blizzard. We're going to need some replays of Olaf losing soon. Olaf never loses. We have Strider. Versus lolloPollo. That's a very well executed. Okay, this is a little harsher truths. We got Lash versus Drake. I think I know where Yellow Comet is at this point. No Olaf here. So, will Strider 5-5-5. There's no I mean, Drake is kind of Olaf. It's Olaf light. Ooh. There's only 3 votes so far. I mean, Lash does kind of struggle against Drake. But at least she can ignore Drake's reign with her super. Against Olaf, it's absolutely terrible because the snow. Lash gets perfect movement like Sturm does, and they're both affected by snow. But I will say that I think Drake wins against Lash usually. Just because Lash does kind of need a nice standing army to really use her powers well. She has a hard time coming back into games. And that mass damage really messes with that. Only 10 votes. It's completely 50-50. Oh my gosh. People just don't know. Global damage still weakens Lash day to day. That's true. Oh my gosh, it's exactly 50-50. Okay, well, I'll close the poll there. People aren't oh no. People thinking Drake's gonna win. Just by a little bit. Okay. That's our first no. I'm very excited though, because Lash is like the perfect CO to do the rocket, build the rocket here, step into this forest, and then her rocket gets boosted. And you're like super locking down this base. So if I'm seeing Lash, I've got my fingers crossed that we are going to see some sort of rocket shenanigans. So far it's just infantry stuff. We don't have any aggressive recon. Lash will of course have a nice recon opener down here because you get to attack from the forest. From actually pretty much almost all of these cities. Okay, we have the artillery opening from lolloPollo. Might be coming down here to do some sneaky stuff. Strider has a double artillery response. Okay, we'll see if lolloPollo has. It is indeed the plan is to come down here and lock down this, deny this city, and potentially lock the base. This map needs a silo in the bottom left and top right corners. I see where you're going with that. The submitter will win, you expect? It's not always the case, but I think the submitters usually win. This artillery has its own little mission. Not going to be straight up just countering this guy. Whoa. Very aggressive from lolloPollo. Base has been locked. How does Strider deal with that? Can, of course, just attack. Usually you wouldn't want to attack from that tile. Because, well, the tank can't hit you, but the infantry can hit you. I can understand, though, you get 10% more firepower from the planes. We have a nice attack over the mountain over here. That's a good find. This artillery is kind of coming around. Another infantry built here. And the copter, I see, the copter was built to shoo away this artillery, which should work. Comes the tank, which will scare away this guy. Oh my gosh, the artillery insists on this base lock. The anti-air will not get here in time to save it from at least the first strike of the battlecopter. Pretty interestingly, both of these corners that are usually heavily pressured are kind of free to do their own thing right now. Here comes the battlecopter, hits us down to 4. Completes this capture. Go for this capture. Very calm. Goes for an interrupt there. Sadly, the infantry dies on the retaliation. Hit over here. This artillery's been kind of just wandering around. I think it denied some captures. And now it might be going for the pipe seam break. It is Lash, so this will kill in 2 turns, which is pretty nice. Oh my gosh. The artillery doesn't move. It just stays and kills an infantry. Builds another artillery here. So that's going to get hit by a tank for its troubles. Does only get knocked down to 5. It can kind of retreat back here. It's not so bad. Over here, infantry comes in to try and protect. But that's not going to work out because there's 3 infantry over here. This one's going to go for the comm tower, but even just these 2 can clean this up. Attack from the mountain. Attack over here. Or actually, problem over here so this guy can't get involved. And now there starts to be some pressure down here. Artillery hasn't had a chance to move. Okay. Attack over here. Trying to squeeze the bottom. Map. 1 HP gets to live for now. Copter retreats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Super safe from this anti-air. This guy gets to retreat nicely onto the city with a 9 HP infantry blocker. The anti-air can clear this. And then a tank follow-up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's actually kind of good. Because this guy can clear this infantry. Anti-air kills this infantry. You can have either tank kill off this artillery, and then the other tank gets to hit this one. That looks pretty strong to me. But we'll see if lolloPollo goes for it. Looks like Strider has control over both of the comm towers. But economically, they're kind of even, so that's good. You wanted to deny him those properties in the south? Gotcha. Does lolloPollo go for the attack or not? Looks like no. That's officially a no. Might not have seen it. Anti-air can come over here, though, and have some pretty good threats. Then over here, city does get captured by Strider. There's an attack coming in on it, but it's always kind of scary to do that because of the double base here. Can't always start pumping out units. Whoa, we have an aggressive infantry strike. Being very annoying. This is actually really, really annoying because the only 2 units that can kick this guy off of the airport this turn is the guy capturing or this tank. However, lolloPollo can probably just not care about not building any air for a little while and just let this capture finish first and then clear it out. The tank bot to defend against this anti-air. We also have the blockers to save the copter. Some artillery. Some blockers. Should be okay. I mean, this guy can get hit, but then this other artillery can cover for him. Aggressive tank attack. 2 aggressive tank attacks with artillery coverage. And the copters over here. This is looking pretty nice. And it also secures another comm tower for Strider. You find this map is all about the comm towers? Yeah, there's definitely a lot to that. So far, it's been like comm tower pressure or like base swaps. lolloPollo's gonna get some nice pressure up here, going for some properties. Over here, the infantry are having a tough time. Looks like one of them backed up and tagged the pipe runner, or not pipe runner, pipe seam. lolloPollo's tactic of denying the city has kind of worked the whole game, so tries to go for the capture now. Does clear this comm tower, however, the anti-air is not actually in range to defend this tank, so it's going to be a costly clear for sure. We're attacking over here. in range of the artillery. That is going to be very painful. That is a Lash artillery with double comm tower. Although it is just on planes. But still, it's plus 30% attack. It hits like a grim arty. Very brutal attack there, and the tank comes around, finishes that off. Very nice. Set up a very good wall there. There is a Drake super on the way, which is when Drake's... You're kind of expecting Drake to struggle against Lash until the supers come online. Just because Lash has a pretty solid day-to-day that's often giving quite a bit of attack power. But it's looking like that day-to-day is doing enough damage that the global damage is not going to be enough to make up for it. I don't like this because it's inviting Strider to use the forbidden technique. The forbidden technique being terrain tactics. Oh, this tank goes all the way back. Loses a lot of presence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It'll let the tank skate through the forest. Could even just attack from the city. And maybe even one-shot this guy. Definitely with some infantry hits. Finish it off. And then the copter is free to go after the artillery. That moment when you realize the stream isn't 30 seconds behind, but over an hour. It's a one-hit KO from the city. Dang. There's the forbidden technique. Reimer is proud. Go in, hit the artillery. One-hit KO. Takes out the anti-air. Now both copters actually... Oh, what? Definitely hit the artillery. You can even come in, hit this tank. Decides to go for the city, but that's not good. That's not good against Drake because the global damage can interrupt. You sent in a fog game loss and Go7 had more tips for the winner. You know what? Sometimes that happens. Okay, nice attack. Okay, this one does come in. I understand the block here, although it doesn't work because the infantry can just step onto the road, but the river. But definitely I would prefer hitting this artillery. Really good attacks down here, though. Some nice combos. Could even do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. Even do some fancy copter hits tank comes through, hits this anti-air, and then all of the anti-airs on Drake's side would be kind of out of commission while there's triple copter threats. But this is still looking very good. Obviously, if this anti-air goes in after this copter, it's going to get taken out by this artillery. Which will be a good exchange for Strider because there's more copters that have to be dealt with. We do have the Drake super here. Well, this is kind of what Drake usually wants to use to get back into the game. Does like 30k-ish. Artillery plus tank clears tank. Infantry get cleared out and anti-air has to be built. Goes for the comm tower capture during this, which doesn't look like it's going to be very possible because infantry are not slowed down by the rain. Anti-air picks off some infantry. Oh, I actually managed to get this city. I didn't see that. So lolloPollo's opening kind of worked in its goal. definitely, yeah, stop the comm tower capture for sure. Tank can't quite reach. Unlike snow, rain does make the forests cost more. So in this case, that's mattering because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and if this was snow, you could go 5, 6 and hit this. But it is rain, so the tank would have to spend 3 to get into the forest. It's so rare that tends to matter that much, but in comparison to snow, you have the moment there. Oh, okay. I'm not super keen on this having the copters just get taken out, but I think Strider just really wants this city, is willing to give up a lot to get it. Oh, this is another case. This is another case where the rain is stopping an attack where snow wouldn't. Saw them right next to each other like that. The Neo tank decided to break this pipe seam. It is going to be able to threaten off this medium tank. Now we have some Drake attacks. It's still doing pretty decently economically, and not even that far behind in unit count, so we'll see if Drake can make a comeback. Got a nice tag on this anti-air and then builds a copter. Drake copters are fine. They're obviously not as strong as normal ones. I don't think it's worth it to get the city. I mean, if you have to give up like multiple copters and vehicles to get one city, and then probably lose the city because you lose so many units trying to take it, you can kind of be like, well, if I lose a single copter, then I have to hold the city for like 4-ish turns from my opponent to make it worth it, because it's a 2,000 swing to take a turn to take a city from your opponent. If you lose multiple copters and tanks, then it's probably not worth it. It's going to take a long time for that to pay off. If you lose a lot of stuff and then lose the city right back, then it's of course really good. Can I promise to not replay any Quack Cup Round 2 games? Why is that? I mean, I'm probably just gonna cover whatever people send in. I know I'm playing on it right now. I know it's massive. It's true. I do have, I'll need to make a video about it, but I do have a Patreon set up, and I have a tier for voting for, oh, lolloPollo resigns right there, for voting on stuff like that. Or more with the idea of voting to prioritize certain replays. So I think it's fair. This city, I think lolloPollo is going to be able to take back, but it's going to be really hard to deal with this Neo tank over here. And the double comp tower, I don't think it was going to switch hands. So I don't think that was like a preemptive GG. I think Strider won that. You could vote for Grim Guy Priority, yeah. For voting on the cost of a bribery. In that case, the bribery would be joining the Patreon. Okay. We have brasmak game. Although this is sent in by 2 submitters, so I do not know who or 2 viewers, so I don't know who actually submitted this. Jess versus Jake. Maybe they both did. Your double Artie opening, I feel like it wasn't amazing. I think your Arties got really awkward. But, I mean, it worked out. I think I prefer to open maybe tank. You could open mech to try and deny the artillery one. What am I looking for? Oh, that's right. Okay, we have a poll. This one between 2 viewers, no Olaf, no global damage at all, actually. Jess versus Jake. But as you saw, Strider, the artillery attack kind of gave you a lot of trouble, and you built your own artillery, which I thought was going to try and like get in the way and zone his, but it's fine. Like if it just stayed by your base to stop his, or went back to stand by your base to stop the other artillery from being able to stand on the city and base lock you, I think that would have been good. You did a good job of using the Lash data. People are believing in Jess over Jake? You invented a thought-controlled air freshener? I will say that I 100% think that Jake is like top tier of tier 4 fog. He is very good. Jess is definitely better in fog than she is in standard, just because infantry fights aren't as critical. Map doesn't have that many infantry fights. That is true. That tends to be how it goes in fog. Worship at the altar of Jake, but right now it's looking like Jess is 75% think Jess. Copters are strong here. That's true. Okay. Maybe I should have just put in their COs rather than their names. Huh? People are thinking Jess. You're starting to like Jess more. I have definitely been not the biggest fan of Jess, but you know, people like Comp-Buy have been really singing her praises. We'll see how they go. Jess definitely has some nice like recon openers, and she's got probably the best stealth. Just because, oh, there we go. We have a Jess recon opener. Ooh, we have a fancy city skip here from brasmak. I like it. And this guy can go for this capture. This guy can go for this capture. This guy can go for the harbor, maybe. Save this for the airport, or this guy for the airport. We have a city skip on both sides. Recon's heading straight for the middle. Goes for there. Not going too wild. Oh, brasmak with a very early mech. Comp-Buy doesn't count. He has a literal Jess only ult. He has a literal. He is like a. Does he have 4 of those kind of alts? My chess stream looks different tonight. I thought he had a Cole one. I know he has a Grim one. He has a Jess one. Brasmak with the early bishop. Okay, that's a very early mech. I'm not quite sure why. It might be... Ooh. Here's Jess getting the roll to knock this down to 4. Proving her value. We have another fancy city skip. These guys have got their plans. Actually, both players did the fancy city skips. Look at that. Here comes the mech. I mean, if this recon charges in here, that would be a huge mistake. It's already done a very good job at denying this harbor. Ooh, I don't like it falling back quite that much, but it might be thinking more about just hitting another side engine. I would probably have gone to this forest to try and keep an eye on the properties. But I'm not upset about it being like, well, now my opponent's going to react over here, so I should swap completely. Although brasmak seems to be anticipating this, sending the tank down here. Oh, no, it goes back to this forest. Well, the presence of this recon not only is denying this harbor, but it's also denying this city too. Very big deal. It's being very nice economically. Ooh, and this tank barely covers this guy. I don't know why this black boat is sitting here. It's probably better right here. I guess the vision is nice. And I guess it also leaves open this tile to always hit the city from. I make the opponent yellow comet because it's a good color match for people who are colorblind. There's no vendetta against yellow comet. However, I wouldn't be surprised if in the Advanced Wars by Web lore, Cobalt Ice and Yellow Comet somehow build a rivalry. How am I hating the colorblind? This is supporting the colorblind. This is a very fancy game. Alright. Goes for the interrupt again. This is definitely a very risky interrupt, because I would be shocked if the opponent did not anticipate or did not have some sort of preparation for dealing with the recon at this point. So, I mean, it's kind of you do you, but I would let that through. We have a repair on the infantry. If you're going to do that, though, I mean, I do like that move. If you're going to do it, then repair first so that you have one more capture charge on there. It'll stop the recon from being within by just attacking. Okay, we have the double tank killing off this tank. The repair actually spared this penguin's life and hop in the black boat and get away. Recon goes down. It definitely was a worthwhile recon. It denied a lot of money. As we can see here, at the end of brasmak's turn, behind by 2k. But was able to get some very nice compensation, killing off the recon and killing off this tank. Actually, I don't think brasmak's lost a unit, right? Brasmak has not lost a unit yet, so this is looking very good in that regard. Ooh. Make sure to pull back on the side here. Don't want to overextend into these tanks with no coverage. Black boat's used to get vision of the city. It's a little risky, but we'll see. how that plays out. It's gonna be pretty easy for Srt. I think Srt was how to say it. Kill off this infantry. But the idea might be to hope that your opponent has to strike from the city to delay the income longer. You know, capturing comm tower before attacking. I need to remember that. You're watching while cooking. Nice. Okay. Ooh. It's a little risky. Anti-air decides to go for the interrupt. I guess when you see 2 tanks up here, that can give you some confidence, especially if you see the mech is what was used to kill the recon. Okay. So brasmak does get this capture and these ones, so starting to catch up in the income here. Tank aggressively moving forward here. I think the idea is I might get hit by 1 tank, probably, but I'm still going to be blocking the way so that these infantry can't interrupt this capture. In this case, it's not even going to get hit by a tank, though. And there's tank coverage. But this guy still does get hit by the infantry. Somewhat debatable whether or not you should go for that. It is going to cost the infantry its life, and I don't see a great follow-up to actually save that city. Just for this capture. Yeah, I think better play here is probably just move the black boat onto the harbor and then fall back. Oh, okay. Srt is like, I'm gonna bring a lot of these tanks over here. The Jess normal power is almost on deck, which could do a serious number if brasmak kind of leaves a lot of vehicles in strikeable positions. Okay. There's definitely some potential here. Looks like brasmak is going to bring the black boat over here. A nice little blocker. You're very good at sensing free dudes and urban blight opportunities. Oh no, after the Dj's video, it seems they're stopped making so many arties. This was from before that? Oh, okay. Okay. Very weird to step off of this mountain. Well, that definitely signals to me that these units do not want to be committed to this attack. Because this is the guy that would have interrupted the city cap. So decides to just fall back. It would have been a very bloody attack. It might have paid off, though. I don't know. That's still a lot of tanks. Only a single anti-air for the entire army. That is very daring. There's also no battlecopters, which is weird. Like, Jess has somewhat weaker battlecopters, but they're still stronger like Drake battlecopters, and Drake battlecopters get the job done. So I would definitely start building some. We have a rocket out of brasmak, though. Brasmak's like, I am going to very comfortably just stall this game and use my superior range that I get from my powers. Can't vote. Are you not subscribed? I don't know if only subscribers can vote. The penguins are brewing something. Oh yeah, I know the pole attack stuff. Yeah. Let's... Ooh, double recon. I like it. As the armies get bigger, the vision matters more and more and more. Brasmak is very hard, or very high, well, very far ahead in unit count, looks like. Because at the end of Srth's turn, still behind by 3, but they are approaching the 50 unit limit, which will equalize that. We now have a single Jess copter, and we have a Jess rocket. Both players with the rocket buy. Okay, I'm going to start speeding this up because this is looking like it's stalling pretty heavily. We have a medium tank? Okay. Brasmak's at 47. He's like, I kind of have to attack now because this is the last turn I can actually build stuff at the 50. Time to start trading in some units. This is like StarCraft 2 macro games where they start sending their their workers at each other to open up supply. This is what you thought Jess might do well. Almost no infantry battles. Yeah? Okay. So this is kind of the start of a fight in Fog, which we can go back and examine here. So it's going to start off with a very small infantry commitment from Brasmak. And then the forces build up to counter the attack. Counter the counter. And then Srth has to commit more than 3 infantry to kill off these infantry. So you can see, looks like 4, 5 infantry, a recon, and a copter got brought in there. And then the army starts coming over to try and help. Okay, so now that means that Brasmak is down in this exchange, which puts pressure on Brasmak to commit enough stuff to win the exchange, which is then gonna, spiral back and forth until they're just slamming huge armies together. Here we go. We'll see how much gets committed here. Anti or can't actually reach, so a copter might come in to hit the copter. Looks like it's just a few infantry, which means that Brasmak has officially lost the exchange, quote unquote. So, because the amount of losses doesn't match up, but I guess Brasmak was still at 50. Oh, we have a mega tank, and the fight continues. But they could have backed off at that stage and waited till Brasmak kind of started the capture. Okay. The next thing that's going to happen is the first person that runs out of infantry is going to be in a world of hurt because they're going to have to start exposing their vehicles to fight the infantry. Brasmak's still at 50 units. Ooh, we have the Jess stealth. Oh, we have a Jess Neotank over here too. Jess stealth I like a lot. They having the powers give them more fuel just helps so much in the flexibility of the unit. The rooks are out. Now we have Mega Tank versus Stealth. Black Boat gets taken out. Infantry are getting dried up here. There's been so much fighting, but so much of it is just infantry dying that neither player has a super yet. You can see here Brasmak has actually lost a lot more infantry than Srth has. What are their compositions like, though? It still has like the same number of infantry, though, so just built a lot more thanks to heavier use of the airport. Another medium tank. Stealth is in position. Rockets be firing at infantry. No mercy. Mega tank in the forest on the front lines. It's hoping for a nice juicy Neo tank to smack. Stealth doing its stealth thing. It would have really liked if this black belt was still alive. Okay, just go triple tank here. No more saving up for these big boy units, huh? This is a really small map with a somewhat forward airport, so the stealth will get like 1 turn, maybe 2, before a fighter is just in its face. Okay, lots of reorganization in the back 40 here. Indirects still get to fire on infantry. No infantry are being built. The last turn there was an infantry built. Not this turn, so you're gonna see them dry up soon. Oh, brasmak charging forward. Going for some hits with the vehicles. Escalation has increased. It's the artillery. It's the recon. Gets the super. There's only a few units left to use it. But the medium tank can clear. The copter just clears it. Whoa. Oh, does that not reach? Oh, it doesn't. Neo tank. Oh no, the Neo tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Neo tank does go down, or does the rocket go down? Neo tank goes down. So the Mega tank did manage to find its target. And there's just a ton of tanks here for Srt. So that's a pretty scary attack. Battleship gets built. Sure. It would probably be better just to save the money. I mean, we'll see. Sees the whole army now. Yeah, and a lot of these vehicles are kind of ahead of the infantry. So Srt took some heavy damage, but the units are also very exposed. Could very easily kill this mega tank, but could also just ignore it. We'll see. See how Srt decides to go about this. So, moving this anti-air back kind of signals that the plan is not to just kill the mega tank, because you would use this and probably like this 4 health tank to drain out of its ammo. In which case, the plan is probably to just ignore the mega tank and kill it another day. In this case, that didn't happen. Probably just shoot this tank over here instead. As you can see, the artillery just does 2 damage with super. Charging forward. There's not enough. There's not enough anti-air here for all the copters that are in the back. Okay, some nice tank strikes. Tank strike over here. Doesn't see the battleship. Oh no. Sends a tank in there. So, pretty. I mean, not like a really bad mistake, but definitely should have sacrificed this held anti-air in so that this medium tank doesn't take this damage. Okay. I don't like that. I don't. Okay, the stealth surely had a better target to reveal itself on. It can kill. It can go after the copter if you want. What kills the copter? Oh, nothing kills the copter. I see the medium tank instead got in the way and hit something else. The anti-air. Okay, I mean, in this case, I would just not reveal the stealth. I would probably just move the stealth right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, like that. Like that. So I'm not moving next to anything, and get a nice trap when like a tank or something tries to hit the earth. Really don't want to reveal it to do 8 damage to an infantry. While defending like the back of a medium tank. That's okay. There's the fighter bot. The battleship gets to shoot. Attack in here. Then attack. Didn't attack, it's just moving back. Unfortunately, this infantry actually had to stand here and kill this tank. So the black boat can't just repair the mega tank. Give it some more ammo, as well as a hit point. Copter strikes. That's a pretty daring copter strike. That stealth is right there. That's okay. These units are definitely exposed. The fighter gets to kill one off, but we have definitely a deficit when it comes to the anti-airs for Srt right now. So they're not going to be like super punished. Something got trapped there. I assume it's an infantry. And it looks like in all of this fighting, no properties are going to swap hands, which is very weird and not how you want to do this thing. If you're going to go for a really big attack like this, it's not usually about the big fight. It's about what you're doing on the side. So you'd want to have some infantry ready to go for the captures while the fighting happens. So this is kind of like what you'd want to do, but like 2 turns ago. Okay. Battleship is to finish off a tank. Tank runs away. Okay, so yeah, this is the problem with having this so delayed, as now the fighting is kind of wrapping up, and Srt can actually protect these captures without missing out on some sort of brawl. I'm not sure if Srt is aware of the battleship yet. Stealth is very sneaky. Okay. Should probably be aware of it by now, though. With that attack, you gotta be like, what possibly could have hit me? Maybe with thing like a rocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess you could think a rocket in these woods, but you'd be like, why is there ever a rocket in those woods? The Voice of Akasha game has hit 100 followers. Nice, nice. Okay. Hey, we see it now. Looks like Srt's response is, oh, I can just pressure the other side now. Which is true. And not a single property actually swapped hands there. And they kind of ended even-ish. It was just a big brawl. Mega Tank is repairing up. Fighter is kind of in a very defensive position over this main army here. Oh, we have a Jess normal power. Oh, it's to save the stealth. As well as do some damage over here for a cap. Anti-air is able to clear the infantry off the city. Sees that this entire area is undefended. Which could be a very big deal. We have a super in response. Let's see if anything can happen with the super. The fighter can't reach the stealth. The stealth is just barely out of range. Rocket gets a nice snipe though. Mega tank kills off there. This isn't looking like a very good block of rock. They kind of whiffed at each other there. I think Jess's normal power ended up being more valuable though. There was a city gained there. Fighter gets a kill. Comes over. The fighter has a problem though that it's not covered by an anti-air, so it's gonna get hit by another fighter and be kind of sad. Srthgv is able to hold on to these cities for now. Has another rocket on the way. It's a very exposed rocket. Definitely moving infantry up to guard that. Should be okay. It's kind of in the back. Black boat chilling out with this battleship. The battleship's been doing some good damage. Oh no, there was an anti-air too. The fighter gets tagged for a lot of damage. This capture is being threatened. If one of these goes through, the economies will equalize. Fighter repositions to threaten the stealth. And it looks like Srthgv is going to be able to save that capture and this capture. Even with this battleship raining down fire, no problems. Which is very impressive. We have another rocket built. If any of these if like a rocket makes it into these woods, then brasmak is going to start being in some trouble. Stealth is able to maneuver out of there. It's doing fine on fuel currently, and there is a Jess power available. Okay. City capture is continuing. It's not going to happen. Oh no, the rocket's not in range. Just this. Oh, this rocket is. Dive in to hit this artillery. Finish off this rocket. That's pretty nice. Units are probably going to die for that. This mega tank just holding down the fort up here. Okay. Clear out these units. And then I assume stop this capture. Have the APC built. It's kind of got a double purpose now. It can, of course, help the stealth, but definitely need to resupply the front lines with infantry. Oh, very weird. I thought this was going to be artillery shot, infantry hit. That is... Oh, the stealth. Well, I don't like the stealth being used there. I think there is a 0% chance that brasmak does not have a fighter in range of the battleship, basically. Stealth goes down, very sad. Okay, join cap this again. We have another mega tank, which is a weird buy to me because this one hasn't done anything in quite a while. It's just chilling over here. Okay, I thought the infantry was going to go for this capture and there'll be some sort of like mega tank block, but no dice. Turbo charge. More cities to protect here. The fighter can get knocked down to 1, still alive. Alright, city interrupted. Srthgv still has a 2k advantage during this and is starting to sneak through. go after these very exposed properties on the sides. That tends to be how you win the fog games. It's not usually these brawls in the center. These can kind of go on forever. Yeah, the Stella really tied the room together. Sad to see it go. Okay, we have a beat down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wasn't needed there. It was needed for that attack though. I'm feeling a little sketchy on that beatdown, but it did get the tank kill. Lots of infantry being built. Both players are kind of recognizing. But once I run out of these, I can't make any progress. Very good rockets in these. The indirects in this fight have been critical. Recon moves forward. Some more cities over. Some more attempts to go after these cities, maybe. But the mega tank goes forward, just takes out this tank. We have a mega tank from Jess. Now, mega tanks hit mega tanks really, really hard, and both COs can give a movement boost and a firepower boost. Not max level, but close to it. A max mega tank can almost threaten to just one-shot a mega tank with super. Ooh, use the Jess normal power here. I probably would have waited until mega tank moved up a little bit, but if it was required to clear this recon and go for the city, then that's 100% worth it. Okay, starts shifting over here. It was needed to clear the recon. Another city is under threat. Okay. Well, if Srthgv is able to get another city, then it's going to be really, really difficult for brasmak to keep holding on to these fights. Being down 4k. Because these are very expensive fights to replenish, as you might have noticed. The mega tanks just chilling. This battleship's been doing a good job. Fire on the infantry. Send another one forward to try and take the city. Go for that city. This guy didn't move. Didn't go for double city. I guess just because didn't want to deal with the artillery there. This tank was really far exposed. I missed this fighter getting hit by something. I missed it being built too. Anyone bet on the total number of days? Okay. Tank. Whoa. Tank is used to finish off the recon instead of save the city. So something else is going to save the city, which is either an anti-air or the medium tank. Either that or... Well, there's no way that Srthgv is just giving up the city after moving a tank to there. I mean... Yeah, okay, anti-air goes in. We have double mega tank versus double mega tank. I imagine that's going to be Jess coming on top there because she can use the normal power to potentially get a mega tank drop on a brasmak here. Like right here, normal power gives a mega tank first strike. Oh no. Doesn't even need a normal power to get this first strike. Okay, so that's a dead mega tank. And it's gonna be a dead mega tank from a city. Well, that's gonna be very painful. While also down 4k. This might be the beginning of the end. But I do like these guys going up here to reclaim some of these properties. Bam. As I said, Mega Tanks hit Mega Tanks very hard. We're getting cleared out. Lots of indirects just chilling in forests. This one makes a lot of sense because it's holding down a property that was stolen. Or like over here it makes less sense because there wasn't something stolen yet. But though still possible. Also a different stage of the game though. Move forward, take out the recon. Yeah. Killing off the recon's a very big deal. In fact, are they all dead? Is there just the one that was built? Yeah. Is you kind of have to know where your army, the opponent's army, is to make good decisions in the end game, especially when you're using units like Mega Tanks because they have a vision of 1. As do indirects. Although it looks like Srt is also having some recon issues. Yeah, there's one up here, one over here, and all the other vision in this area is being provided by a fighter, infantry, and 1 tank. So there needs to be a wave of recons pretty soon. Blacko checks, goes for this capture. That's definitely a desperation capture. Ooh, kills off the fighter, which is nice. Yeah. So this is a good, you can see even a Mega Tank on the city gets hit really hard, but it's not going to die, and then this Mega Tank's going to die from the follow-up Mega Tank. Battleship finishes off a, that's, ooh, oh my gosh! That tank did 3 damage! That must have been a very, very low 3. But it doesn't matter. This Mega Tank can still just kill the other one. Ooh. Fighter blocking this off. Very nice. Unfortunately, there's, of course, the units up here and the rocket. So I think this is probably going to be Srt using a super and then the game ending. Because 4K up, and then the army is going to be just mostly cleaned out. Stops that capture. There's nothing over here to deal with this rocket. Fall back away from the battleship. Battleship didn't get scratched this whole game. Brasmak is sticking it out. There's a lot of infantry on the way. I don't know how. Might be thinking can just rely on the battleship to take care of the Mega Tank. The recon holds the city. The fighter runs away. It would be bad to lose the fighter and then have to deal with stealth spam when you only make 18k a turn. Built a Mega Tank. So there's going to be no reinforcements for this army for like 4 turns. It's just going to be infantry. We have a nice block off on this anti-air though. That's very cheeky. This guy is starting to threaten even more cities over here. The play on the sides is really what decides this. As I was saying before. The armies they're almost just for show. The armies are there to just be a very expensive light show where everything explodes. As you can see, like brasmak pretty much lost that fight, but very little actually happens when you lose the fight, other than like retreat back to your side. But when you lose these side properties, you very quickly just end up in a very bad position. Another one's being threatened. 2 of them are being threatened. We got the rocket back up. We might see Srt finally try and take out this battleship. It has been getting some good value over here. Whenever in doubt, back to Arty Party. Srthgv had very few indirects at first, but yeah, they very much build up. Everything has to keep falling back. At this point, Srthgv's almost at the spot where you can just kind of bring up a whole bunch of indirects and stare directly at this battleship. And then it dies to a wave of artillery. That doesn't seem to be what's happening. Srthgv's very, very comfortable just stalling and letting the income do its work. Oh, we have an attack up here with a normal power. Put a lot of pressure on the city. You can see how small this attack force is and how much it's mattered. And we have a Jess battleship to match the dominance over here. This rocket is nice in these woods. Okay, brasmak attacks down here, blocks off with this transport copter. Almost works, but yeah, transport copters aren't the best blockers. 5, 6. Unfortunately. Oh my gosh, another city falls to Srthgv? Oh. Yeah. Infantry is sacrificed for the cause. Doesn't even kill off the transport copter, just killed the anti-air instead. Brings a bunch of infantry in range of here, and then goes for this capture. Has to bring a recon down to provide vision for this battleship. Yeah, this is looking at the beginning of the end. I mean, the beginning of the end happened a little while ago, but just the end. Down 6k. And soon to be down 8k. Oh, no. Does manage to save the city. Has to move into some indirect fire to do it, of course. There is triple mega tank, so I also probably wouldn't resign if I have triple mega tank, because, I mean, that is a standing army in fog. And you should be able to use it to some degree. Really, Srthgv should really just kill this battleship at this point. There's no real reason to let it just keep firing. Okay, here we go. Brasmak uses the super. It's a nice charge in. Does mega tank hit battleship for 5. Which is pretty nice. Hit the rocket down to 1. That rocket was doing some serious work up there. Battleship steps off of the port. Builds another fighter. That must be just anticipating either bombers or stealths. And there's a bomber. Here's the mega tank to hit the mega tank. This is looking like a pretty good attack from brasmak. Unfortunately, was not able to have infantry in position to go for captures during this, but that's very understandable. Neo tank hits the mega tank. I assume the anti-air just finishes it off. Like so. Ooh, it lived. It's down to 0 ammo. Yeah, it's looking pretty grim. On the side here, brasmak is able to refute these infantry. Has this guy in range to go for this property. Does get to go start capturing this one. And isn't able to kill the anti-air. And then brasmak resigns. Woof. Hey, Himina. I know. Got them subs. So I was very impressed with this battleship. I thought it wouldn't end up doing too much, but it actually it did quite a few attacks. Not on super valuable targets, but did good. We kind of got to see some of the flaws of the mega tanks. Like, they kind of go in and they do some decent damage. Like, there was a dive in to one-shot a Neo tank, which was really good. But like I said, even on that turn, it could have been killed off, and there wasn't even... That was just using weak vehicles and like some medium tanks. But then once the megas are staring down megas, you're in a lot of trouble. But Srt won this game by playing by... It's the side excursions that really do it. The big fight in the middle doesn't get much done, as we saw. He just looks very flashy. We have an auto spin. AutoSpinCurb. So people knew, maybe people knew that Jess won that game. I would have thought that Jake had the advantage, but now we have another Olaf. That was a long game. They entered into some stall. Also, the game you were waiting to submit finally finished. That's great. Will Olaf. What about the post end of the end? This might be the middle of the end. Oh, I see, I see. But that was well played by both players. It's definitely very difficult. Was Srthgv the higher rated? Oh. Whoa. People aren't believing in Olaf for once. I know brasmak's pretty good. Gotta go. No worries. Okay. I mean, it's pretty even. Oh, it's exactly even. Okay. Reimer's not here to skew everyone. Your inner Olaf says Olaf. It's 50-50. Max's +2 movement is so good. It is really good. This is, I mean, or I should say Max is going to have a very strong, like, recon opener here. It might even break out of the pipe seam faster if he's trying. Okay, good. Yeah, definitely faster. But this is another map that can kind of stall a bit over the ownership of like these center cities, and in that case we're gonna see, oh my gosh, it's a I was gonna say we're gonna see Olaf really shine, but we do see a max artillery to kill off the tank. That's a special sight right there. Kill tank work seam. That's true. It's still a very early vehicle investment that Max isn't going to get a ton out of for quite a while. Oh. Oh no. Oh, AutoSpinCurb just moved into position. AutoSpinCurb's going to have to lock in this tank with an infantry. Otherwise it will escape. So just move to here. Or here. Go. Oh, Max already finishes off the tank. Very nice. The Max tank almost got away, but it gets picked off. It did get to injure an infantry, though, which is a big deal. But because Max had to go for this early artillery, the recon pressure is actually being delayed by quite a bit. Olaf plus fog equals the perfect CO to cover lack of skill. Max already doing a better job than Olaf already. Kinda. Okay, the recon does get a hit. And it gets a hit and kind of blocks this guy from being able to strike the city, although it can still go over here. That, yeah. This recon hits. Okay, it's like fine to do that, but I would definitely prefer moving here, I think. Let's bring the tank up. Because you do want to have vision over the other city. Especially if you're going for the center city, you should expect, yeah, that your opponent is too, and you could have gone for a double attack. But also, this is going to be a good exchange because you're on a city, so you'll heal up to 10. Yeah, it's fine. Max built an artillery to kill the tank that was on this city. That spawns there. Looks like it's not going to go over to the pipe team. It's going to go fight on the front lines. We'll get to see some max artillery value. Recon runs away. This is looking pretty good for auto spin curb to get some nice center control. Double artillery are set up here to deal with this pipe seam. The much faster reinforcements to the center. Oh, very weird setup here. So it doesn't have anyone like try going to this property, which is fine, but then doesn't join cap this. Which means just this single infantry with vision can stop this capture. Yeah, I mean the max already can still cover like an artillery, especially if it's like in a forest. Like right here, I could see it. This is a very aggressive capture from Max, actually. Very good pressure too. Oh, it's gonna go into this forest and it's gonna fire on the black boat. Okay, well this puts a lot of pressure on AutoSpinCurb's HQ. Does actually manage to get this center city though, so assuming AutoSpinCurb is able to survive this attack over here, should be in a very advantageous spot. Building up on these copters. No, it is in position to try and get an overextension over here. That can be punished. Okay. Staltran does deny the city. There isn't an artillery over here to save this yet. Tank did chip a damage off of here, and the max artillery is in position. We'll see how... Okay, here comes the reinforcements. Doesn't build another copter, just builds a medium tank. The max artillery does get to start working on this black boat. Oh. There's an attack over here too. Fights. Yeah, kills off the weakened infantry. Pretty good actually. Okay, there's a full health infantry in range. The artillery can probably kill this next turn. Yeah, Otto needed to move right. Still very salvageable for AutoSpinCurb. An attack up here. Medium tank comes in. Artillery gets to fire on that infantry. Tank hits infantry. Tank hits infantry. Or infantry hits infantry. This city is now open for use. Copter strikes. Tank strikes. Ah, the artillery value. Artillery is now behind, guarding this HQ, as well as guarding this copter against anti-air. And then this copter just kind of walks back a little. Is that weird? Okay, Staltran has the normal power and uses it. Does that let this medium tank? It does let the medium tank hit here, which is very nice. Kill off that tank. Okay. HQ is cleared. However, there's only a couple infantry in range. Yeah, it's not going to start capping yet. Does get to kill off this tank. Does get to kill off this copter. Winter Fury is now available, though, which is going to be very painful. Although, really good job clearing out all of the infantry over here. It gets in the way around this tank, although this guy can kind of come over here. Falls back over here. There isn't anything to deal with this black boat, so this is purely like a raiding squad to go after properties. Here's the Winter Fury. It's gonna do a lot for Olaf. That's like 25k. Lets this tank go free. Finishes off that recon. Does get to shoot the anti-air. Medium tank strikes from a city just to kill an infantry, though. Huge vision problems right now for Olaf. Really, really, really bad vision problems, actually. Has to build a copter this turn. Otherwise, these medium tanks, yeah. And the copter is actually here just for vision. Yeah. Luckily, the snow is going to save this copter's life. Needs recons. One over here. For some reason, sacrifices... Oh, just gets a really awful roll. Uses the infantry in that fight there. Okay. Max has to fall back. Olaf now has an income advantage. Clear that guy off. Copter strikes tank. Can't reach this anti-air, but should be okay. Starts moving over here to collapse on this force and take the center. Medium tank moves forward. Got some vision problems for Max now. Goes after this medium tank, but finds out there is an artillery staring right here. This guy is going to go down. But he had a Neo tank on the way. But this is the only healthy anti-air. Tanks are being sent over here now. So some of the reinforcements are being diverted. On the right side. Copter strikes medium tank. I assume we're going to see medium tank hits anti-air, and then the other copter comes in and hits. Not the artillery, the tank. I was like, wait a second, that's a max artillery. And it is. And it might even kill off this. It's going to get a medium tank. Oh, no, it's not going to. Max artillery value. It's still alive. Okay. AutoSpinCurb is up 2k. It's a pretty scary attack over here. Neo tank does get to come in. Smack that medium tank. These copters, though, there's no anti-airs on the way. So it looks like Staltran has been fended off on his HQ push. Even with the great max artillery managing to clear the HQ. These cities are getting pressure, though. In the meantime, try and deal with the income deficit. Copters being used as very nice blockers. The end of the max artillery. Oh. Yeah, and now we have Olaf supers for days. That is correct. And it's going to be really hard for Max to make a comeback. Because global damage is global damage. Not only does it weaken your army, but it weakens all of your infantry, so that you can't go for your the captures very quickly. Now, it is possible. Go in here, huh? It is possible for Max to get like a really good super here, which overcharges Olaf by a ton. But it's not looking super plausible to me right now. Max Force. The real problem is, well, there's of course the unit count problem, but there's also a vision problem for Max right now. So it's hard to make an educated play that does a lot of damage other than just attacking the infantry that you can see. Does manage to break through and hit this artillery, which is nice, but in comes the Winter Fury. And it's going to be brutal. Does a solid... Does like 25k again. But now everything's injured. All of these caps are no longer forcing. Although I'm sure Olaf is still going to try and clear them. Because also they're weaker. And all these units are kind of stranded in the snow. There's some roads over here, but it's going to be ugly. The Neotank's a little exposed, but AutoSpinCurb does have the artillery behind. There, does get to finish off a 5 HP copter. We have a max force in the snow to get the Neotank strike, I assume. Bam. 4-6. Doesn't see the artillery, which is okay. It's not like you can do anything about it. And another city's gonna fall. Olaf. The artillery strike on the Neotank. Medium tank over here is kind of okay. It's gonna get picked on by... Oh, it's not okay. There's actually 2 copters in range of it. Yeah. Oh, only one decides to hit it. We do have an artillery for AutoSpinCurb heading up towards this HQ. But we also have a 4k deficit in income. And the army's kind of scattered across the map and really, really behind. So there we go. Olaf beats Max. I did like Max's attempt at this HQ cap. It was if it was just a tiny bit faster, it would have happened. Yeah, no, I agree. More light vehicles. GG, GG. I have a minute left. Probably gonna call the stream there though, unless this next one is just like really, really fast, which I don't think so. It looks like it's an escaping Arkham. Speedrun go. Oh, skip to day 22 only. Oh, it's this one. Okay. Boss man. There's P-Dog. I see, I see. Oh, day 22. Day 22. So... I see. This is at 4 HP. This is at 19 HP. This dies. And now it's at 20 HP. Yeah! This is the glitch we saw last time. And now this one's at 20. It's pretty rare that it happens on 2 pipe seams. Oh, he kindly set it up for you. Oh, I see. Because the game was over. Yeah. Yeah. But what's happening there, from what I was told, is that because these are kind of counted as buildings, and then the pipe runner goes on it, it starts capturing. And just like how if you cleared an infantry off of a capturing property, it reverts back to 20 HP. It reverts the pipe scene back to 20 HP. It uses the same code. Well, there we go. Got another one down. Just in time. A very fancy little bug showing off. I hope everyone enjoyed and has a good night. And I leave you with an apple. Have a good night, everyone.